Hey, Auntie Lynn. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Auntie Lynn. How are you doing, sweetie? Thank God today is Friday. Thank God today is Friday. Yes. I got a part two and part one, so I hope everybody come on in so I can start it because I don't, when I do part one and part two, sometimes those be long videos and I ain't planning on standing up here all day. No, not today, baby. The other day I did part one and part two, and baby, I was on to after 5 o'clock. Hey, Division. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And you know what, Auntie Lynn? I got two stories. I think I'm gonna cover them next week, one day next week. They was and they was where you live at. And it just happened. So I think I'm definitely not gonna do them today because I have a part one and part two on this story. And I know when I get, when I do part twos and stuff like that and part ones, I be tired. I be wanting to go to sleep when I get up. So I'm definitely probably going to do those two. I think it's two. I got to go back and look. I think it's two. I'm going to do it probably Monday. Yeah. I seen it last night. I seen them last night. So, yeah. And I was looking at an update on the little girl, that her dad unalive her. I was looking at an update on that too. I was looking at a little bit of it last night till I fell asleep. Y'all know I be tired looking for these stories, okay? I be tired, y'all. I just gotta get some rest sometimes. So, yeah. But I love it anyway. This is what I like to do, so it's okay. Y'all hit the like button as you come in. So, y'all, I'm going to start this story with the people in the chat. Hey, Denise, what's going on, my love? What's going on, girl? Oh, okay, Auntie Lynn. So this story here, y'all, they are interrogating a mother and I think a stepdad of this baby. But I'm going to start because I don't know how long they're going to be because it's a part one when they're going to interrogate the mother and it's a part two when they're going to interrogate the dad, right? So let's do the mama first, okay? Because, oof, child. Let's do the mom first, okay? I think we did the mom first on another one before too, this week. But we're gonna start with the mom first, okay? And y'all put a one in the chat and let me know. Denise, I was waiting for you to call me back yesterday, girl. A one in the chat if y'all can. Scream Yard did update y'all, and it confuses me sometimes because they did upgraded some of this stuff, and I don't even want to click on the wrong thing. Just let's leave it alone. Okay. So put a one in the chat if y'all can hear it. This is the mom, y'all. Hold on.
Are those sew-ins? What are
You might as well say yes, sew-ins.
they're sew-ins? Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so natural colors. Brad currently wearing brown sew-ins.
I dropped my coffee.
Eyes are brown.
Because I don't know how to do it, Auntie. You're the only mod in here, but that's okay.
You wear prescription glasses? Okay. Farsighted or nearsighted?
Donate.
Farsighted.
Do you want a religion on file?
What you mean?
Like, are you Christian, Muslim?
Christian.
Okay. What's your social?
She had to block that out because she asked for her social.
Do you have any tattoos?
Yes.
What do you have on your left arm?
This one, No, right here. It's a rose and my daughter's name, Anaya.
Can I see it? Oh, it's colorful. Okay. Okay.
And this one says, prayer hands through God, all things are possible.
And Anaya is N-A-N.
Aniya.
Okay.
And I have like a little rose right here.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
No.
No. Okay. Do you have children other than Anaya? What's Anaya's birthday?
No, 213.
Do your mom and dad live in the Euclid area?
Who?
Your mom and dad? Your parents?
Do they live in Euclid area?
Yeah.
No.
No, where are they from?
Buckeye.
Oh, they're from Cleveland.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
they're not out of state or anything. What's mom's name?
Natalie. Natalie.
Hit the like button.
What is it?
Natalie.
Oh, her name's Natalie?
Mm-hmm.
What's her last name?
DAY.
Same as yours.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know your mom's date of birth?
September 2nd.
September 7th?
Yeah.
Do you know what year your mom was born?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about how old she is?
50.
Okay, so she's approximately 50 years of age. And what's dad's name?
EDDIE. DAY.
Do you know dad's birthday?
December 20th.
December 20th?
Mhm.
Do you know what year?
Mm-mm.
Approximately how old is your dad?
69.
Oh, he's 16. So he's quite a bit older than your mom.
Oh, you do hunting?
And they're both your natural
I've been
parents?
saying it, and I kept saying I was going to do it in my mom, but I just didn't
Do you
get
have
around to it.
siblings?
I
So
have a twin.
that's
Do you have
what
a
I
twin?
said.
Boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay, I have a twin boy, a twin brother as well. Sometimes people ask if we're identical, which obviously is
Sometimes I
medically
have stories
impossible when you're, when you're the
I
opposite gender.
had
Um,
him in it.
What's his name?
Isaiah. ISA. IAH.
I-S...
ISA. IAH.
I-A-H. Isaiah. Is his last name Day as well? And his birthday is
Did you see both parts?
7/20.
Yes.
Do you have any other siblings besides your twin, Isaiah?
There's 10 of us.
Oh, there's 10 of you. Okay, and where do you fall in the line of ages?
Well, me and my brothers were 23. Back to back, basically. 23, 24, 25, 26. Like that.
Okay, who's the oldest and who's the youngest?
Oldest is Alden.
How old is he?
26. No, 27.
Okay, so a lot of kids quickly in succession. How many brothers do you have total?
It's 5 and 5.
Okay, so you have 5 brothers
5 girls.
and 4 sisters. Is that right?
Yeah, because I make 5.
So the oldest is 26, and how old's the youngest?
23, which is me and my brother.
Oh, you're the babies?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Where do you work, Sierra?
Well, get ready, set, bro.
You work at,
Mm-hmm.
say it more slowly.
GET. Ready, set, grow.
Get ready, set, grow. And is grow spelled out?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what is your occupation with get ready, set, grow?
A teacher.
Teacher? Okay. Now, is that a daycare center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the address of the daycare center?
24600 Lakeshore Boulevard.
24600?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the phone number of the daycare?
Mm-mm.
No.
I don't know a phone number where you work. with.
You graduated high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you graduate from?
Shaw.
Did you get your diploma?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any college?
Mm-mm.
No college?
Mm-mm.
Do you have any certifications in childcare?
Early childhood.
Early childhood? And where did you get that certification?
Shaw.
Okay. Did you get any college credit for that certification?
I had about a couple of credits.
Okay. All right. And And what's the certificate called?
Yeah, who works somewhere and don't know the phone number?
I don't
Their
remember.
job.
I just know it was dealing with child
Or
care.
she lied already, Auntie.
Okay, so you got an early childhood certificate, early child care certificate. You just don't know exactly what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what year did you receive that?
2013.
Is that the year you graduated?
That's the year I graduated.
Okay, and you got the child care certificate the same year? Okay. And how long did you do the child care program while you were at Shaw?
For 2 years.
Full-time junior
Right,
and
you said
senior
it,
year?
Auntie, because you know
11,
they'd be lying.
Okay.
Yeah, at least start off lying like
Here's on what you told me here. Okay, it's just our internal file number there. I already had your first and last name, so I added your middle name, Rebecca. Your only child is Anaya, born 9/2/13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Eddie Day is your dad, December 20th, about 69 years old. Mom's Natalie, about 50 years old, born September 7th. You have a twin, Isaiah. Other than him, you have 4 other brothers, 4 sisters. You were all born in succession, so the oldest is 26 and you and your brother are the youngest. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got your diploma from Shaw High School,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It's down here. And full-time in your 11th and 12th grade year, you studied early child care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got that certificate and your diploma from Shaw in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Currently work at Get Ready, Set, Grow.
Mm-hmm.
It's a daycare.
Mm-hmm.
Your occupation there is teacher. And it's at 24600 Lakeshore. You said you didn't know the phone number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were arrested yesterday, which is the 11th of March, on the charges endangering children. I'm Krozak. You can call me Jennifer. The date is now the 12th. Is there anything on this
Hey,
form
Auntie
that you want me to
Happy
add
Friday.
or needs changed?
No.
Okay, we've gone over everything on it. So just sign it for me. Okay. Before we talk about any of the details surrounding your arrest or the incident, I do want you to understand your rights, okay? We're here in the interview room at the police department, okay? It's now the 12th of March. It is 20 after midnight. I'm gonna read your rights while you follow along, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand those rights as I read them to you?
Mhm.
Okay, you could just sign stating that. You can stand up if it's easier for you to manipulate. Okay. I'm going to read to you now this next statement, okay? This applies to you in the first person, so just follow along, okay? I, Sierra Day, have read this statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Do you understand that statement as I read it to you? Okay. So if you'll sign stating that you do understand your rights and you're still here willing to speak with me. And I'll just witness your signature here. Okay. So we have a lot of questions we want to ask you, but first I want to give you the opportunity to talk about why you're here and what led to you being brought in today.
When you start. Oh, because I called the ambulance today, which my dude had called because we was very concerned because my daughter had started breathing.
Okay.
We went to Red Lobster, which was Thursday, and it was the first time going there. And I ate a lot. She ate, what do you call them? It was like some pasta spaghetti with what do you call that? Pasta spaghetti with pasta spaghetti. It's not crab legs, but it's shrimp. With shrimp, and she had some other stuff or whatever. But she was doing fine when we was there. She was having a good time. When we left, we went home as a family, sat down, watched movies and stuff. We noticed Anaya started acting weird after we gave her like snacks and stuff. She threw it back up. So I called the nurse hotline, which is a 24-hour line or whatever. And I said I was very concerned. We left Red Lobster. I want to know why is my daughter throwing up. She said it could be a stomach virus. So I said, okay. And to my knowledge, I know Anaya's not allergic to nothing. So what I did, I gave Anaya ginger and I gave her Tylenol. She threw that back up. So I just laid her down. Because I just assumed it was probably a stomach virus. The nurse was like, just let her lay down. She probably just want to rest. So then come Friday, Anaya was still pretending to do the same thing. And also Thursday night, she peed on herself. Okay. And Anaya normally goes to the bathroom. That was awkward to me. She did that twice.
When did you call the nurse again?
I called Thursday.
What nurse are you calling?
Just Google.
Exactly, Auntie Lynn, especially when they know they're lying.
Okay, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So then on Friday, I told my dude, I'm like, well, just go buy some pull-ups because I don't want to keep wasting her pennies and her clothes or whatever. So he went to go do that. And then Anaya, we fed her, I think it was like Kim's, like French fries or whatever. She threw that back up. And I'm like, babe, I don't know what's going on because Anaya had never threw up this much. She just kept throwing up. And I'm like, I don't want to keep throwing up because it can make her lose weight. We kept trying to feed her. And that didn't work. I'm like, I don't want to keep stuffing her because she easily chokes. I was concerned because she wasn't taking her down. So I did it again. I gave her some Tylenol. And my dude gave her some ginger ale. That didn't hold, whatever. So come Saturday or whatever, Anaya threw up again. I'm like, babe, I'm very, very concerned or whatever. So he was like, just let her lay down or whatever. So we let her lay down. He went to the store. He got her some soup.
What day was that?
For Saturday. He had got her some soup.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, maybe she could take the soup down. I'm like, I don't want to keep giving her ginger ale, but he was like, we'll just give her ginger ale. I gave her ginger ale and I gave her some water. And she threw that back up.
Okay. And you're saying my dude, but you're talking about your boyfriend, right?
Boyfriend.
What's your boyfriend's name?
Deontay.
Okay. You can spell it.
Deonteelews.
Okay. All right, so then what happened?
So come Saturday or whatever, he was like, just let her rest, don't bother her. I'm like, I'm very concerned because Anaya has never acted like this pertaining whatever she ate, whatever. I'm like, it could be allergic actually, but I was notified when she was born she wasn't allergic to nothing.
Okay.
But come Saturday, she was like, mommy, I got a boo-boo. So I walked her to the bathroom and I sat her on the toilet. I'm like, babe, we got to do something. Either we call the paramedics or because I don't know what to take it from this point or whatever. So she sat on the toilet. My dude was making a chicken noodle soup and I was giving her a little more ginger ale and I put a little more Tylenol in the ginger ale a little bit. We noticed a boom and I fell to the floor. And it left a mark on her eye and there was a cut on her eye. So I put peroxide on it and my dude had put some ice on it or whatever. So we took care of that. She was doing a little okay. But he was like calling paramedics. I'm like, well, baby, just see how far it leaves from here. So we let her go. We let her night go to sleep or whatever. It comes Sunday. And my dude was asleep or whatever. And he was like, hey, you smell that? I'm like, no. And it was boo-boo as if she was just moving around in the bed or whatever. So I took her out the bed and I just started wiping the bed down, washed her up. I had to take her hair down because it was boo-boo on the bed as if she was moving like something was wrong. Washed her up or whatever. She was doing good. When I noticed when she was in the tub, she was just doing some awkward breathing.
When was this?
Sunday. She was doing some aqua breathing or whatever. So I took her out the tub. I'm like, baby, I think we're gonna have to call the paramedics. I don't know what to do. So I noticed she stopped breathing for a minute. I'm like, so I tried to do CPR. I put 2 hands on her and I did that. And it's like she came back. It's like she was gasping her. She had came back. So I just started putting clothes on her. I'm like, because I was like, Deontay, my dude. I'm like, I don't know what to do at this point. I tried to do CPR. None of that worked. He was like, give her some more ginger ale. I'm like, no, she could probably choke or whatever. So I'm like, just call the paramedics. So as he called the paramedics, I was talking to a young lady or whatever. And she was taking me through the steps that I already did. And she was like, keep doing 15, whatever you call that, over and over. And I kept doing it. And it didn't work. And then I just prolonged this procedure until the ambulance got there because I didn't know what to do no more. And I already knew it was going to lead to detectives and stuff because of the eye situation.
Okay.
But
You're right that the eye situation is troubling.
Yes,
when are you saying that happened, that she fell off
that
the
happened
toilet?
Saturday evening.
Saturday evening?
Mm-hmm. Can I see some tissue?
Now I could see it when she fell and something was on the floor and her face hit it and it cut her eye open. But I don't understand how she just fall to the floor and I cut her eye open. I'm just saying.
Do you have a cold?
No, this is dryness.
Oh, okay.
Happy Friday. How are you?
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, I think she's lying too. And I noticed too, all the stories that I do, it's like the babies always boo-boo on themselves, pee-pee on themselves. And y'all already know the signs of that, right? When they poo-poo and pee-pee on themselves, you know the signs of that. I don't have to say it because y'all already know.
So the you said that she fell.
We heard her she was on the toilet because we went to go to the kitchen to go get some chicken noodle soup, and I went to go put some salt on her ginger. We heard a big boom.
What time on Saturday did that happen?
I don't know. It was in the evening sometime.
Okay. Was it dark out?
No, it don't get dark till like 5. It was around like 4:30. And I took care of that from there. I put peroxide and stuff on it because it started swelling up and getting bigger.
Okay. Yeah, I did see an eye and I saw the injury, and usually when it's lacerated like that, there'll be quite a bit of blood. The head bleeds a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What did you guys do to clean up the blood?
I put peroxide on it, and and she was a little warm too, so I laid a warm rag around her face.
Okay. What did you use to clean up the blood? Because if she hit,
I used peroxide and I used a little alcohol, and I just placed like a warm rag on it.
You
I
used alcohol on what?
On the little square, alcohol and
Oh, you put alcohol on her face?
a little bit.
Ooh, that
I had to
would
go.
sting. Did she whine about the stinging?
No, not really.
No.
And I put a little peroxide on it, and a warm rag.
Who was at Red Lobster with you guys on
It
Thursday?
was me, my dude, and a couple of his family members.
Okay, so give me the list again. Give me first names. It's you, right?
My dude Deontay, and he had like a couple of family members.
Who was there from his family?
I mean, I don't really be around his terms, so I don't know. You can ask him.
How you gonna be somewhere and don't know who you're around?
What Red Lobster did
And
you
no
go
name. Girl, you're lying already.
to? Honolulu. Okay. What other restaurants are by it?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying no attention. That was my first time even going to Red Lobster.
Okay. So you've got You and Deontay, and who else is there?
His family members.
Which ones of his family members?
It was
Their names, their first names.
I don't know his family members. I'm not around Deontay's family.
Was his mom there?
No.
Was his brother there?
It was a cousin. He had a cousin. I guess it was her boyfriend and 2 other people. It was like a quick thing just to get together. Everybody was like Red Lobster.
His cousin, her boyfriend,
And 2 other people.
and 2 other people? And who were the other people?
His family members.
Okay. Was his brother, do you know his brother?
Do I know his brother?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What's his brother's first name?
I don't really know.
You don't know his brother's first name?
No.
Was his brother there?
No.
Not there? Do you know the name of his brother's son?
Jason.
Was JC on there that night?
No.
Okay, so when I get video from the Red Lobster, you think it's in Willoughby? I think it might be in a different city, but I think we're talking about the same place.
Happy Friday, baby.
Am I going to see anybody else with your party besides who you named?
Just us.
And who did you go through the list again so I make sure I have it right? It's you, Deontay,
2 other people. His me, Deontay, 2 other people, cousin and boyfriend.
Okay. Female cousin?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name?
I don't
No,
know.
You don't know those 4 people's names?
No, I don't be around Deontay family for real. It was just like to get.
Well, you
get
still
together,
would
like,
know
real
some
quick.
names that you
I
would
don't
not with.
be around people for real.
Were there any other children besides? Wait, you didn't say whether or not Anaya was there.
Anaya was there.
She was there. Okay, you didn't name her in the list. I asked you a couple times. Okay, was Anaya the only child?
No.
What other child was there?
Oh yeah, Anaya was the only child. Jason, I wasn't there.
Okay. 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 When did you first meet Deontay?
10 years ago.
Okay, and then when did you guys start dating?
We started dating around like July.
How did you guys hook back up after 10 years?
Through my twin brother. I mean, I would see him every now and then, but like through my twin brother.
Did your twin brother set you guys up?
Like to date or whatever.
Yeah.
No, we just chilling for real.
Okay. All right. And when did he move in with you? Did you live at Harbor Crest when he moved in with you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Around like August. I'm not sure, like, cause you just been coming around like August. He just was spending.
So it was, I mean, you had a pretty quick courtship. Like, would you guys say fell for each other pretty quick?
I mean, I knew Deontay for the longest. We wasn't kicking it or hanging around, but we was chilling like a little bit. It was basically like a catch-up thing.
Okay. How is he with Anaya?
He's fine.
And then what made you guys move out of Harbor Crest and into
Because
Coconut?
maintenance was poor.
What was
They-
your?
Maintenance was poor. It was nothing getting done.
Did you fill out the whole term of your lease then?
I didn't think I had to because I never did when I was living on 260th.
I'm not
What
sure
you
what
mean,
you
like
just
a
said. Like, did you leave before your lease was up? Or
My lease was up January 27th.
I know you be having your
And I moved
opinion.
out around like January something.
Oh, so you didn't get evicted or anything?
No, I didn't get evicted.
No
eviction.
eviction.
No.
Okay, so you just
Because I
let
called her phone, let them know that I'm moving because it was poor maintenance.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Some of the injuries on Anaya today, I want to ask you questions about. Okay.
Happy Friday.
We already talked about the eye. You explain how you said that happened. She also has a bruise on her head right here and a bump. What is that from?
I mean, she fell straight to the floor.
She fell straight to the floor?
Straight to the floor.
When?
Saturday evening, like I told you, she fell straight to the floor, and that's when I started doing all the nursery stuff on her, peroxide, putting the warm stuff on her face.
Where did she fall to the floor from?
From the toilet.
Yeah, I know you
By
is,
the bathroom, by the bathtub.
She already started lying
It
already.
it was a real loud boom because it caught me in my due attention.
Okay. All right. Did you see her fall?
No, the kitchen is right next to the bathroom.
Okay.
She had the boo-boo, so I just let her sit on the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for the ones that's coming in the chat, right? I want to ask you y'all opinion. If y'all had a boyfriend, right, and y'all was going out on a date, right, with his family, are you not going to know any of his family names? Because she's telling the detectives that his family went with them to Red Lobster with her baby on a date just to have dinner. So the detective asked her, does she know any of their names? She said she did not know any of the people names from his family that went to the dinner with them. So what do y'all get from that? Because I think she is lying.
And we just heard the boom from there. Because he was getting her soup and I was getting the ginger ale.
Okay. All right.
And when I heard that,
And that happened when again?
That happened Saturday
Hey,
evening.
Erica.
Okay. When did she first start not seeming well?
Yes,
When we left
fine.
Red Lobster.
Oh, okay.
When you left Red Lobster?
She started acting weird.
Okay.
And I felt like it was probably allergic reaction, but I know now not. To my knowledge, she's not allergic to nothing.
Okay. All right. So that was what night that you were at Red Lobster?
That was Thursday.
Okay. And when you guys came home from Red Lobster on Thursday, what time was that? Was it dark?
Yes, 757. Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Lightweight, no-ish.
I don't understand.
It was
You don't-
like,
you-
it get dark around like 5, like in between.
But
So what time do you think you went to Red Lobster on Thursday?
I don't remember what time I went. I just know I went to Red Lobster.
And what time do you think you got home?
Around like close to, it was getting towards dark, but it wasn't dark. It was like in between.
she know them names. 757. She know them names.
Okay, and once you got in the house, who's coming home with you on Thursday night from Red Lobster?
Just me, Deontay, and Naya.
You, Deontay, and Anaya? Okay. And then you're in the house. When is the next time that you leave the house?
The next time, I don't remember. Oh, he left to go get pull-ups.
When was that?
Friday or Thursday, because she started peeing on herself.
Okay, now you're saying maybe it was Thursday?
I don't remember the exact day. I just know my daughter started peeing on herself, and I just told my dude to go get pull-ups
Okay.
because I didn't want to waste her clothes or pennies that she put on.
Okay. So at least to go get pull-ups, you think maybe Thursday or maybe Friday? Friday night, do you guys all sleep in the house on Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
What about Thursday night after Red Lobster?
What you mean, dude?
Everyone sleeps in the house? I'm just
Yeah,
trying
stay in the
to
house.
make a timeline of where everyone was at what time.
Yeah.
Okay. So Thursday night, overnight, everyone's in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say everyone, I mean you, Deontay, and Naya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Friday night the same?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Did you leave the house at all? Let's see.
Thank you.
Did you leave the house at all between Thursday night getting home from Red Lobster?
No.
Okay. What about
I stayed in the house.
Saturday?
I stayed in the house. She
Okay.
started, that's when she started acting weird, so it was no point in me going nowhere.
Did you ever leave the apartment Thursday besides Red Lobster?
I mean, I went to go check my mailbox, that's about it.
Okay.
That's what they always do.
What about Friday or Saturday? Did you ever leave the apartment?
Nope, like I said, she was acting weird, so it wasn't no point in me leaving.
What about yesterday, Sunday? Did you leave the apartment at all? Okay, so you never leave.
Hey, April. Happy Friday, love.
What time did you guys put Anaya to bed on Saturday night?
We put her to bed as soon as she started doing the same thing. I don't remember at all. I don't remember what time.
Came in on
I
time,
don't remember
April.
at all.
Okay, you said you put her to bed as soon as she started doing the same thing. What does that mean?
Throwing up. It's not even stay down.
Was it dark out when you put her to bed on Saturday night?
Yeah.
Okay. How did she do overnight Saturday night sleeping?
Well, I ain't even hear nothing there. Everything was cool. She did. Well, she was asleep, so.
What time did you go to bed?
Well, I stayed up and watched TV.
Do you know what time you went to sleep?
No. I go to bed at different certain times.
Okay. And what time did you wake up on Sunday?
Sunday, I woke up to when my dude said, "Do you smell this?" Which was what we smelled in the bed.
What time was that?
Around like in the evening.
You stayed in bed until the evening on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
They just questioning her
What
right
time
now,
do you think the evening was?
April.
Say it again.
What time do you think it was in the evening on
I'm
Sunday?
gonna do both parts of
I
that.
don't remember. I was more focused on Naya, the way she was acting.
Okay. And when you say boo boo, you mean poop?
It was
you mean
watery.
feces,
It
right?
was watery.
Okay, but it's poop or actually
Yeah.
it's feces, right? We're not talking about anything else, just because some people's word for boo boo is.
I thought you were trying to say it was like diarrhea or something.
Oh, okay. So you're
Because it
you're
was
just
water.
referring to the consistency of the stool, but we are talking about poop, stool, feces.
Mm.
You just call it boo boo.
Mm.
Okay, just want to make sure that I'm referring to the same body excretion.
Y'all be going at them hard.
Okay, so you think it was evening on Sunday when he said that?
Mm-hmm.
And then what'd you guys do after he said you smell boo boo?
Got up. Noticed, I told you it looked like she was just moving around as if she didn't feel good or whatever. Put her in the tub. I had to take her hair down because she had boo-boo in her hair.
Mm-hmm. What was her hair like before you took it down?
I had pigtails. Ponytails.
How big are her ponies?
Like, I had about like 7 in her.
Exactly, Brittany.
Oh, so like little
Exactly.
ones?
That's
She has
what
pretty short hair.
7.7 just said.
No, it's
Yeah.
when you put conditioner, people hair, your hair get curly. I do hair, it get curly. Her hair get real curly.
So it's her pigtails were longer than what?
No, not, that's what anybody hair, that's what my hair too. When you put conditioner in kids' hair, anybody hair, it curls up and it looks short. My hair even looks short when I put conditioner in there.
Okay,
I put shampoo in this conditioner. It's called to make your hair get like short, but it's not short.
I got you. I hear what you're saying. Okay. Okay. And then you tried to wash her up after
No, I did wash her up.
you did wash her up?
Mhm.
Okay.
There was book on the bed.
And then what happened after you had to wash her up from the boo-boo on her?
And then I put the filler back on, wipe it down with cocoa butter. Put a little cocoa butter at the top of her forehead.
Mm-hmm. And how long did you, how long after giving her a bath, how long did she seem okay?
I mean, she wasn't acting like her normal self. I know she was still like sick for her,
Mm-hmm.
but she was doing a little bit okay. But she wasn't doing okay. I knew she wasn't okay though.
What made you think she wasn't okay?
Cause she wasn't acting like Naya, hyper,
Mm-hmm.
talkative. She's very talkative. She wasn't talkative.
Okay.
She'd just be like, "Mommy, I'm sleepy. Mommy, I want to lay down."
Mm-hmm.
That's why I just feel like it was a virus or something, a stomach virus. Like the nurse told me it was probably like a stomach virus. Because the Naya's not allergic to, allergic to nothing.
Okay. Okay, so then she didn't seem to be doing well, wasn't herself. Said she was sleepy. She was doing a little bit okay. You knew she wasn't okay. And then, how long after that did you notice a change?
She wasn't responding for her.
How long? How long after you gave her a bath?
Only thing she kept saying when she was in the tub, "Mommy, I want to go to sleep. I want to lay down." So I just gave her. Only thing I knew to give her was ginger ale for real, and Tylenol, because it's a stomach virus. I thought it was a stomach virus too because she boo-booed, and it was very watery.
Okay, what was she saying to you in bedtime?
She was just
Yes,
saying, "Mommy,
Brittany.
I'm sleepy. I want to lay
Ain't
down."
right.
Okay. And then after her bath, did you lay her back down?
I think we gave her some more soup and ginger ale.
So did she lay back down after her bath?
She did lay back down, but I'm not for sure what time we laid her back down, but she did lay back down.
Do you know how long after her bath it was?
No.
Why you don't know? Was it 15 minutes, 20 minutes, a half an
Can you guess
hour?
it, how long it was?
She wasn't so long.
Yes, Auntie Lynn, she got me. Ooh, Lord.
Okay. And then you laid her back down after the bath. Then what happened?
She kept acting like she couldn't breathe.
Okay.
So that's when I did the CPR thing.
Okay.
And I kept doing it over and over. And I also did mouth to mouth too. And that didn't help.
Okay.
So did you call the ambulance?
Are you trained in rescue breathing with your
I
early
mean, I
childhood?
took classes and stuff. That's why I prolonged to do CPR on her with 2 hands. That's what you're supposed to do because she's only 4 years old. She's a kid.
Okay. All right. So you have training in CPR, and you have training in administering CPR to children.
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
working in daycare, yeah.
Okay. And the daycare requires you to have that.
You got to.
When's the last time you had that training?
A couple of months ago.
And where did you get that training?
It was actually at my job. Oh, I actually did classes too, but it was one at my job.
And that's the job you talked about at Get Ready, Set, Grow? Okay, so
The baby was 4
March of
years old.
2018. Was it this year that you had the CPR training at the daycare?
It wasn't 2018, it was 2017.
Okay. Do you know about when?
Summertime. Because it was hot. Yeah, it was hot outside.
Okay. So summer of 2017, you got trained.
Brittany,
You
every
work
mama do
at
that. What's wrong with her?
Ready, Set, Grow. In the administering CPR to children?
I actually think, I'm trying to see, I think I did that class twice.
Well, she ain't lying about the CPS.
I think I did it twice.
Those classes, because I used to work in a daycare, and you had to have that. You're not working a daycare without having it.
So since you met Deontay, what have been your guys' plans for your relationship together?
Can you explain that?
Like, are you serious with him?
Yes, I am.
Has he ever asked you about the possibility of marriage? And
But I just
what are your
don't
plans?
I mean, I do want to get married, but I want to make sure it's right for me and my daughter. Because anybody can say they want to marry you.
Yeah.
Because people, he felt like since we've been together for a minute. I mean, not for a minute, but we knew each other for a long time. But we just started dating as if we started knowing each other. Basically, that's how I see it. So I want to wait.
So he's already asked you if you'd marry
He
him?
lightweight gave me, if you want to say engagement ring.
He gave you an engagement ring?
That's what, yeah.
How did he react when you told him you're not ready yet?
I mean, he didn't react too nonchalant. He was just like, okay, we give you time. You can't rush into it.
So that's not a deal breaker for him. He's willing to wait for you. Okay. All right. How strongly do you feel that he loves you? Pretty fiercely, or what do you think's going on there?
I think you do.
Okay.
I'm not a dumb female.
You're not a dumb female. Okay. What kind of experience does he have with past girlfriends? And I'm not trying to bring up anything.
I mean, as far as my knowledge with what he told me, he ain't having female in it. He's waiting on the right one.
So you're the first?
Basically, yeah.
So
first as in what he take for real.
yeah. Would you say he's head over heels in love with you?
What you mean?
Maybe that's not a term that your age uses anymore. Like, did he fall hard for you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And how do you feel that you fell as hard for him?
Yeah.
You
I
did?
feel like I can trust him.
I
don't
feel
know
like you
why.
can trust him. Okay.
I don't feel like I felt with Anaya's father.
Okay. And when he asked you to, he got you the engagement ring?
It was on Christmas.
Did he get down on one knee?
He was. Deontay's very shy.
Okay.
So it was a Christmas bag basically,
Okay.
and he just led me to the Christmas tree basically. Because to my knowledge, he tried to make it seem like it was nothing for me for Christmas. It
Oh,
was just stuff for me and Anaya under the Christmas tree.
this is this Christmas that just passed, Christmas of 2017? Okay. And then when he led you to the bag and you saw that it was a ring,
Because
what happened
he was
then?
just basically just saying, to me, I'm sorry, I couldn't do this. I can't get you nothing. I can't get you nothing, whatever. Because I just brought me in Anaya stuff and him stuff under the tree. And I'm like, I know he brought me, so I know he's gonna give me something. He kept saying he couldn't give me nothing. So when me and Anaya opened our stuff and I let him open his stuff, he's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't get you nothing. So I went in another room. I'm looking like, man, this is crazy. And when I came back, it was a gift under it. It was a big bag, but it was something little.
Okay.
And it was a necklace. It was a necklace too, and it was a ring. He put the ring on top.
Okay. All right. And then when you opened it and saw that it was a ring, did he say something?
He said that's
What did that mean to you?
getting engaged, basically.
Okay. And did he then ask you, will you marry me?
He'd been asked that before he gave me the ring.
Oh, he's been asking you that. And then on Christmas of 2017, when he presents you with this, what you say is an engagement ring, do you gently let him down? Do you tell him, hey, we're not ready yet? How do you do
I
that?
didn't let him down. I wore the ring to make him happy. I just said we're just gonna give it time because I want to make sure you're the man for my daughter because fortunately her father wasn't the one. And I want you to be not a stepfather, I want you to be a father towards my child.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, delve too much into your personal relationship with him, but I just wanted to understand what the dynamic is between the two of you. Does Anaya call him Deontay or Dad, or what does she call him?
She called him daddy once.
She called him Daddy once.
Yeah, she called him Noodles.
What does she call him?
Noodles.
Noodles?
It's just a name just to call him.
Noodles. Does she like eat noodles or something? Or?
Yeah. We all have band names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what names?
Band names. Like nicknames in the band.
Oh, okay. Are you actually in a band, or is this?
I used to be in Shaw High School marching band.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's where you guys get your names from way back in your
chemistry,
marching band? Okay. 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 So he's just coming back into your life in June of 2017, is that right?
Basically.
Okay. So let's talk about some history with you and Anaya years before Deontay's even in the picture. Particularly an investigation that I'm familiar with is one from May of 2017. So that one is just before him. But then that opened up our eyes at the Euclid Police Department to a lot of other indications. What can you tell me about that report from May of 2017?
Wait, what you mean?
The one that involved Children and Family Services?
From May 17th?
Yeah, no, from May of 2017. Like what day in May? I'm not sure. I could get it out.
Like basically like recently?
Yeah, so this right now it's March 2018. So we're talking about 10 months ago. There was an investigation involving Children and Family Services.
Yes, it was from Anaya's daycare.
Okay, can you explain to me what that was about?
A scratch on her head.
How did it go when Children and Family Services followed up with you about that?
Well, first thing they do is go to your home, make sure you got food, make sure your daughter got clothes and shoes, and make sure her home is clean. They talked to me. They was like, you don't look like an abusive mother. I'm like, I'm not. kids get scratches, scars anywhere people blow it out of proportion.
Sure.
And they was concerned, but the scratch wasn't that to be all, oh my God. I mean, it's a daycare, so I guess they took it out of proportion or whatever. But when they called, she came up to my house. She was like, you have a lovely home. Anaya seems happy. You got food. She checked to see if she had a bed, shoes, and clothes. And she didn't find nothing, basically.
And where did you live then?
Harbor Crest.
Did they have you do any case plan or anything?
What you mean? Case plan.
A case plan is like where they, have suggestions they want you to follow.
I'm still not sure what you mean. Suggestion.
Did they suggest that you change the way you do anything with
No.
her? Okay. All right.
Just allow you all the way around.
How long had Anaya been going to the daycare there? This was, what daycare had reported this?
Harbor Crest.
Harbor Crest. And how long had she been at that daycare?
Anaya been at that daycare because she was going to my daycare. We had to give her the infants, so I could transfer her over. Anaya was with her about 2-3 years, and I wasn't liking stuff there, so I transferred her back to my daycare when she got older.
Okay, so when you think for 2 years, you think she was?
I want to say 2 years. I'm not for sure because she was at my daycare for a couple of months. Then we had to give her the infants.
I don't know what that means.
We had to give her the infants because we was in the basement.
Oh, you mean they stopped caring for infants at
Yeah,
Sunnyside
basically.
Row?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then at what point did she go back? You said why did you switch her back?
Because I felt like her daycare wasn't on point with their jobs. They ran through like 20 teachers. I found out one of the teachers was caught smoking. And I believe one of the teachers was caught rolling a blunt inside of the daycare.
Mm-hmm.
Anaya had 2 bruises on her eye that I wasn't aware of. So lightweight blew up at the daycare.
What happened?
I lightweight blew up at the daycare because the mark was bad. To my knowledge, Jeff's mother was bad. When I went up to the daycare.
When was that?
I don't remember.
And you don't remember.
Okay,
They told me
I have
she-
documentation of a bunch of different dates, so I'm just trying to figure out which one you're talking about.
Why you didn't take her to the hospital?
Because I was concerned about her being there. Because it seemed like so many careless teachers there, basically.
Hey, Chancellor.
So after
Happy Friday, love.
After this May of 2017, this report where Children and Family Services got brought in and our department did an investigation, did she ever go back to Harbor Crest Daycare after that?
So yeah, she
Did
did.
Anaya go back there? Okay. Do you remember when you switched her from Harbor Crest to
I
RSG?
switched her from Harbor Crest. I switched Anaya from Harbor Crest when I started hearing other stuff. I heard that the teacher was hitting on the kids. I heard the teachers wasn't. I've been hearing this stuff before, but I couldn't find a daycare for
Okay,
Anaya.
so she went back to Harbor Crest after May, after that investigation. It's
And then I remember I transferred her. I want to say about like a month or two.
a month or two
I don't remember. It could have been a month or it could have been 2 months.
after that May incident. Okay.
But I believe she stayed there for a minute though.
What is your relationship like with Anaya's father?
Horrible. He put his hands on me, so I filed a restraining order.
Is there a police report of this incident that you?
It should have been here. I dropped one off at Euclid. I had one in my daycare.
No, not the order. I mean, of the. You're saying that he put his hands on you. Where did that happen?
Mike came up to my job to get ready to take her out. And I felt like he was stalking me. I got documentations because I showed the courts. Him calling me out my name.
Okay.
Him threatening me.
Okay.
He came up to my job unknown. Co-workers had to contact my phone like you might want to watch out. Michael has damaged my apartment on 260th to the point I couldn't get my deposit back. He put his hands on me several
Did
times.
you make a police report in Euclid when he came to your job?
260th, the cops came out and...
No, I'm asking about, you're saying when did he put his hands on you?
He came to my job. He threatened to put his hands on me.
Oh, he did not put his hands on you?
He threatened.
He threatened. Okay, is that what you got the order based on?
Yeah, and he was stalking me, and when he came to my daycare, he woke all my daycare kids up. And he put his feet in the middle of the door, and he put his hands on the door. And I asked him, can he leave? And he told me, no, I want my daughter or whatever. I don't get to see my son, so I want to see my daughter. And I'm like, Mike, I don't keep an eye away from you. I'm at work. I will drop her off. And he was looking like, well, BIT station, I want to see my daughter. I'm in the daycare, I'm in the work area, so I didn't say nothing to Michael. And as I went to go get my phone, I said I was going to call the cops. He was like, I am a whole security guard. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid of the cops.
Okay. So, did you call us that day? Did you end up calling us to make a report of that incident?
I think because I've been went down for the restraining order for Mike.
Okay, so when you went down for the restraining order, what did you base what you wanted the order off of?
I felt like I was being harassed. I told him I was afraid of my baby daddy because he
didn't ask for a report about the time you went to your job?
A report?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they asked you for a police report documenting the time when he came to your job.
They told me I should have had a police report. I didn't want to do that.
So you did not make a police report at that time. Okay. So I'm not the first time asking if there was a police report about that. Okay. Do you remember what month that was?
This man did all this stuff.
The one they sent the court papers out?
No, when he came to your job.
They sent the court papers out in November. It was before November.
Okay.
And I only did the restraining order because I was afraid what he might do. And I also placed the restraining order on Michael Ryan Garrett because every time I get it, that's his name.
Right, but okay.
I said I gave you his own name. Yeah. I also placed the restraining order on because every time I gave him Anaya, she wasn't with him. She was in somebody else's care. Michael used to work downtown, and when I did go downtown, I would text I would text Michael and I'd be like, so how's Anaya doing? Oh, she doing watching TV, and Michael wasn't Anaya wasn't in his care. Okay. And every time I did give Anaya to Michael, he never brought her clothes back, he never brought her shoes, he always took her hair down. And he was like, I'm her daddy, I can do what I want. I'm like, Michael, I feel like I ain't had no control of him because I didn't like the fact that I wasn't getting her clothes. I don't have nothing of hers back, nothing. Oh, okay. He was very controlling in my relationship. That's why when I called the cops on 260th, they was like, ma'am, you need to place a restraining order on him because he's very controlling and he's very abusive. When they saw the damage to my apartment, they was like, yeah, he's very abusive, you need a restraining order. I didn't replace a restraining order because I was so in love with Michael.
When you said you lived on 260th, where did you live then when you called us?
What you mean when I called?
You keep saying that the police came and saw that there was damage to your apartment?
On 260th.
Right, but when was that?
Moved in Harbor Press, January 27th of. It was 2 years from now. It was 2 years from. I stayed in Harbor Press for 2 years. It was I'm trying to get my dates right.
Because you're lying.
Because my lease was up. You see what I'm trying to do? I lived in Harbor Press for 2 years, and I was on 260 for 2 years.
Miss Hill, yes.
I can't give you the exact date when I called the cops.
She's lying. That's a shame. Sit down loud and like get
everything that we had with you involving the police. I don't have anything from an address on 260th. Are you sure that the police came?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they came. Because I was outside.
Pretty sure the police came?
I'm positive that because I was outside when they came because I was afraid of them.
You were afraid of who?
Michael.
Liar.
Okay.
And I don't like when women do that.
You lived at what apartments then?
Canoe, K-N-U-T-H.
Yeah, things like that, y'all, I don't like. You know, if a man abuse you, you have a right to do what you have to do to protect with the law. But just sit up here straight and lie on a man like that. You know, ain't no man come to your goddamn job and kick in your door and all this stuff to get a man locked up for no reason. I don't like women like that, and I don't respect women like that at all.
Knuth then?
Apartment 3005. 44132.
3005?
Mm-hmm.
Did you live on Knuth?
KNUTH.
Right.
44132.
Did he live with you then, Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that call? When you called the
Because he
police?
put his hands on me and he choked me, slapped me to the floor.
What was the outcome? Was anybody arrested?
No, they gave me an option. They was like, if you could put, they made him leave my apartment. And
Okay.
they was, I don't know if the cops was right. Well, I don't know when he was right now, but he was like, make sure you need to place a restraining order him because he seemed very aggressive. And Michael was known for a smart mouth. He was basically mouthing off the cop.
Okay. But the police did not arrest Michael that day.
They just told him to leave the premises where they was going to arrest
Was
him.
Anaya there that day?
Yes.
This was since she was born. How old was Anaya at the time?
Two.
Okay.
No. 1.5.
Okay. All right. So, do you understand why I'm asking you all these questions about... Do you understand why I'm asking you all these questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think I'm asking you all these questions?
Just to get information. I mean, some of the questions, it was...
Right. I definitely am trying to understand. What I'm trying to understand is what's been going on with Anaya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, why do you think I'm concerned about what's going on with Anaya?
Because of the bruise on the eye.
The bruise on her eye. What else?
And the thing right here on her. And why
Right.
696 kids, I guess.
Well, she's got other marks on her too. You know what I'm talking about?
The scar on her leg.
Right. She got a couple of marks on her leg. What are those from?
And I felt like she broke out from Johnson Johnson. Because I never used it on her. She had run out her baby wash. I just thought that was her skin reaction or something.
Okay.
April, yes.
What kind of Johnson's wash is that?
I don't know, it was in a pink bottle
April, you is funny.
from Walmart.
Okay. So Johnson body wash.
Mhm.
And I don't use that on her.
And what?
I don't use it on her. That was the first time because I ran out of her
How
body
many
wash.
times did you use it on her?
I used it about 2 or 3 times.
Just 2 or 3
April,
times.
she's a smooth ass habitual liar, okay?
And is it the all over body face hair wash?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's 3 on 1.
Okay. And why do you think that the marks are only on her legs, not on her entire body, since you used the wash on her whole body?
Because her legs is only in the tub.
Because her what?
Half of her body was only in the tub. Because I noticed it came on her leg. My dude asked the same question, why did it get to her body?
Mm-hmm.
To her upper part.
Yeah.
But she's not, bathtub is not going to be full because I don't want her to drown.
What? But you're using it on her skin. You're bathing her whole body, right?
No, she was soaking in the tub.
Soaking in the tub? Okay.
It doesn't
Were
matter
you washing her with this
No.
wash?
Mm-mm.
Her skin was a bad reaction, so it would go all over the body, not just the legs, girl.
I apologize.
And man, probably tired of her now.
I need a little bit more water.
Oh yeah, then you just sure. So you got a few things.
When did you?
Or just water?
You know what? I can't do coffee.
Just black or
Sugar and cream.
sugar and cream?
Mm. Yeah.
Okay.
When did you first notice the marks on her leg?
When I started using the Johnson Johnson
When was that?
last week, that's when I ran out. And I thought she just had a allergic reaction to her body or whatever. I also heard about Johnson Johnson before, and I heard it break kids. I also saw it on Facebook, but I didn't think it was really that serious.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because I thought it was weird too, because it didn't hit the whole body, it just hit the legs.
Okay. All right, so just to go, bless you. Okay, I kind of just want to review what we've just talked about. Okay. So you started by telling me that you guys went to Red Lobster. What night was that?
Thursday,
What did Anaya eat?
she had like some pasta spaghetti. I gave her, she
I
had
ain't even
shrimp and she
surprised.
had some
I'm
other
just
stuff.
lying.
She had what?
She
I
had
know
pot, like, it was like
fine.
pasta spaghetti and she had shrimp.
Okay. And then what happened after Red Lobster?
Went home.
What happened on Thursday night?
We went home from Red Lobster.
Okay, and then how was Anaya on Thursday night?
She was doing good until we started giving her snacks, and then she threw up. That's when I called the nurse.
Okay, and what number did you call for the nurse?
I just Googled any nurse hotline if I can.
Okay, and
No,
did they
no,
identify
no,
what
no,
medical
no,
agency
I mean,
they're with when
nothing.
they answered the phone?
That's why I know
No.
she's lying.
And when did you make that call?
Thursday. Is it?
It's to me, if it's too sweet, I put a little sugar in there. Not ready.
She'll get her all the coffee she needs. She'll wake her dumb ass right up out that dream that she's in.
What was the last?
Okay. Did the nurse, was it a female nurse or a male nurse that answered
It was
the
a
phone?
female
Oh
nurse.
God, I'm surprised she know that.
Is it the nurse that is representative of the medical
I
facility where she gets her treatment?
just Googled nurse. I don't
She
even know.
goes.
Okay.
I'm
Google
doing
nurse.
nothing,
That's
y'all.
what I did.
I just know from, I have 4 kids, so
Mm.
I've had to call the nurse hotline. Generally, the nurse hotline won't give you advice on treating your child unless your child is the patient of that facility that
I mean, I
nurse
called the
agree
nurse.
with you, Brittany.
I called the nurse before for me, a couple of times when I was concerned about myself.
Yeah.
They gave me options or whatever.
Okay. And
Because I mean, even
is
when
it a
I
number associated with a medical facility that you already seek treatment with, or?
really don't know because I just went to Google. That's all I did. I just went to Google and it led you to a number.
And what did they tell you to do with Anaya?
They just basically said it could be a stomach virus. That's why I did the procedure to go along with ginger ale.
Okay. You know, did you use your phone to call the nurse on call? Okay. So you wouldn't mind if we looked in the phone just to confirm that you called the nurse on call? on
You
Thursday?
can, but I don't keep nothing in my phone. I delete everything.
That's okay. They'll find it for you, baby.
I've
Don't
always
worry.
been like that. I don't keep nothing in my phone.
Okay. So if there's nothing there, do you wanna sign the form saying that we can look in it? I mean, how do you feel about that? Okay.
Yes, Auntie Ann. Yes.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone 6S Plus.
iPhone 6S
They can go back on the phone.
What
Don't
color?
give a damn how long they are. They can go back.
Silver.
Silver. You pay for the phone?
Mm-hmm.
They gonna get access to that phone.
What's our report number? 1873? 1387. I have dyslexia for some reason. So I'll handwrite your name in here, but I'll go over this form with you.
Yeah, she's gonna get access to that phone.
Sierra Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
D-A-Y. I, Sierra Day, having been advised of my right not to consent to a search of my cellular phone without a warrant
you.
and of my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do hereby authorize Euclid Police, detectives, agents, investigators, and/or any assisting agency agent in the duties of conducting a search of my property, namely iPhone 6S Plus Silver. Okay, the phone's with us right now at the police headquarters. We're at 545 East 222nd. Okay, what's the telephone number assigned to it?
216-526-0790.
0790?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who is the network provider, the service provider for the phone?
Metro.
It's Metro. Is there either a pattern or a number pen that we...
Password. So that's you gotta have my thumbprint.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to have your thumbprint, but the number pattern. Can you write it down for me? Unlock pattern. So it's letters.
Mm-hmm.
EDDIES.
Mm-hmm.
That's an S, right?
Mm-hmm. EDDIES.
Okay. And does it give you the option to do caps or lowercase?
You just type it in.
Okay, so there's not.
No, you just do it. It's not
Okay.
an option.
I don't have an iPhone. You can tell, right? Okay. Okay, so what we'd be looking for is any evidence that the child was endangered. We'd be looking for evidence that you made the phone call. So I'm just filling this in for the endangering children investigation. Okay. That's what we're investigating. The evidence we're trying to obtain is evidence of endangering children. The officers, agents are authorized to seize digital data, evidence, information, files from the cellular phone and or storage devices that they deem necessary. I understand that the data recovered during this search is subject to use during court proceedings. Do you understand what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you'll sign, and that's you're authorizing the search of your phone with your signature there. You understand the form as we read it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, and I'll just put the time now, it's 1:17 a.m. And it's March 12th. And I'll sign as the witness. When you Googled nurse hotline, what were you using to do that?
Google.
What device?
My iPhone.
Your iPhone?
Mhm.
Okay. And which browser do you use?
Google. You just slide over and just go.
Well, an
Google.
iPhone typically uses the Safari web browser.
I guess. But I mean, I use my iPhone, so you scroll over and you just type in.
You scroll.
What you mean, like charm and charm and
So you
when
have
it
an
goes to
I
Google?
have an iPhone.
Okay. So you click out.
So does it look like this?
I mean, it leads to that, but I go to Google.
Okay, so there's
Right
actually
here.
this.
Right here. And just right here.
Okay, and then you hit the app, Google app. There's a Google app, right?
No,
I don't have
I
Google.
don't hit nothing. I just speak in and then search your number.
Or you speak in.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't type in.
And then it just leads you to anything it wants to.
So you just basically Siri.
Yeah, basically a Siri.
Oh, so you hit the little microphone and okay. And what did you say?
I just said 24 nurse hotline.
Miss Hill.
And so you use the search feature that's
No, I have
pre-installed on the
Mhm.
phone.
My Siri.
You originally thought you were using Google, but
Yeah, because it said Google.
oh, it does on
Yeah,
yours.
it says Google.
And what did you say?
24 nurse hotline.
Okay. Okay. I asked you a little bit ago if you understand why I'm asking you all these questions. Okay. Why do you think I'm asking you all these questions?
Like I said you concerned about that and the 696 kids. That's all.
Okay. I was just thinking that maybe my saying that would prompt you to ask me a different question. You haven't asked about Anaya since we've been in here. Is there a reason
I was,
why?
but I did. You like cut me off because I was about to ask you how was she doing.
Okay.
You kept talking,
Okay. I just thought that you would ask me, like, well, why are you asking
and I
that?
was trying to ask you down the
Doing?
hallway too.
I'm gonna go over some photos from the apartment, okay? You're stating that she got that bruise in her eye how?
She fell from the toilet. And she had to hit
But
the
you
tub
said in the
because it was
beginning
right
she
there.
fell
And she had to hit
down
the
on the
tub.
floor.
That's the only thing that was right there.
What was it? My goodness, girl.
And do you know which eye is bruised?
Still alive.
It's the left one, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's the left one.
Okay, I'm getting a picture from inside the apartment. Okay. So what am I looking at here?
Tissue, paper towels.
What room in the house is this?
This is the bathroom.
This is the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bathroom.
Okay. What are these pictures over here?
Kitchen, 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 and kitchen.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that everything in this first column is all bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna just draw a line up here. Okay. Put a B on this side for bathroom and a K on this side for kitchen. Does that make sense to you? Is that appropriate?
Mm.
Okay. All right. And this is a picture of underneath your bathroom cabinet. Okay. What's this here in the picture?
That's the toilet.
Okay. And where's the tub?
Tub's on the side.
Okay. All right. So if you're looking at the toilet, the tub's on the left. Let me see if I have a picture including the tub. You're a very good housekeeper.
So if you're looking at the toilet straight on, the tub is to the left,
Toilet right here. The toilet right there, and the tub is right there.
and the right, so if you were sitting on the toilet. it would be
So
on the
here's
right
pictures.
side. Okay.
These are better pictures. This is what I was looking for. So these pictures here show more wholly what I'm talking about. Where here you can see toilet tub, toilet tub, toilet tub. Okay, so if you and I are facing the same direction and we're sitting on the toilet, right? Where's the tub?
Tub is right here.
It's on our right. Okay. So if we fall off the toilet,
We found Anaya this way, so she fell like that way, cause she was faced this way.
but you said you were in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So how did
I
you
said she was,
know?
when we walked in, she was face down this way, is what I just said.
Okay, so her left
The
eye
boom-
is bruised.
The boom caught our attention.
Okay.
When we found her, she was laying towards
Another
this
one
way.
in the tub.
Her left eye had to hit
My
the tub.
goodness.
Okay, that doesn't make sense because you have this real small area here where there's not room for somebody to be spinning and moving around. If you fall, you're only going to hit your right side on the tub. No one's going to fall and
I
hit
mean, I
your
understand what you're
opposite
saying
side.
because it caught me and Deontay attention too, but that's the way Anaya was laying. We wasn't in her seat, that's the way she was laying on the floor though. So it was the left eye, and to my knowledge, she had to hit the tub. Because that was the only thing that was bruised, was right there.
Do you understand why I have a question about that?
Yeah, no.
Okay. It's not, just like I explained, if the child is sitting here having a bowel
No,
movement, like you
Angela, I was
said,
gonna say that she
I
know
understand
what's
what you're
right
saying.
about that baby.
she's presenting with an injury to her left side. Okay, you've got a narrow spot here.
Right,
The tub is right
my toilet is
here.
right here. My toilet is right here. My tub is right there.
Right.
But me and Deontay found her like this though, as if you can be a Daisy person. You could just fall like that too. She could have fell like that and just fall
Okay.
on bells and hit herself too.
I don't think she could have fell like that.
Absolutely, April.
And the medical
That's what
professionals
she's
are
doing.
telling us that it's not a viable possibility. Okay, they're the ones that are the experts. Okay, so the injury is not caused from that fall off
I mean,
the
that's what a
toilet.
lot of people say. It's weird. The injury wouldn't be caused from this. A lot of stuff is shocking too, because a lot of stuff that's happened with kids in my day, I'm like, ooh, wow.
Okay.
And it was weird.
All right.
So I understand what you're saying too, but
Right. Well, that's not the only thing that concerns me. Okay. How much does an eye weigh right now?
Anaya weighs about, I don't remember.
God, girl, what do you
When's the last time you had her at a well check?
She went for a WIC appointment not too long ago.
Did they weigh her?
Yeah. She's 4 years old. They told her she'll need to come back to 5 o'clock. I mean, to 5. We said she's 5.
Did they weigh her at that appointment?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
Couple of
And
months
you don't
ago.
know her weight?
How much did she weigh?
I don't remember.
You don't. Girl,
How much do you think she weighs now?
I don't know.
Ooh, child. Girl, stop. How you gonna take your baby to an appointment or anywhere and you don't know your
So
own
here's the
baby
other concern I
weight?
have, and this is based on my
I know
investigative
my weight.
experience in having consulted with medical professionals. Okay.
If anybody asks me my weight right now, I know my weight because every time I go to any doctor, they take my weight. Now I might get the blood pressure a little fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't even all with the blood pressure shit. But I know my goddamn weight now. God damn, girl, what the hell do you know, girl?
She's very light right now. I'm looking at her and estimating she weighs 20 pounds. Do you think
And
that's
I
about
was-
right?
Anaya was throwing up a lot too.
20
And throwing up a
pounds
lot too
and
can cause you
4
to
years
lose
old.
weight
Girl, ain't no
Anaya
food
wasn't a
to
fat
make that
child
baby
at all.
lose that much weight. Stop.
at all. She was like a decent size. She ate a lot, but she was a decent size. Some people was lactose tolerant or whatever. They eat a lot and they don't gain weight. There were kids like that before, ate a lot and was bonier, like skinnier than her.
All right, so getting back to what I was talking about. I would estimate her to be about 20 pounds right now. She's not more than 30 pounds. I can tell that by looking at her. I didn't pick her up or actually weigh her, but this is just, I have 4 kids, so I'm just going on my
Exactly,
experience.
Brittany.
A child like that who's feeling woozy and not so well, you said, falls off the toilet, there's very little force for the head to make impact, even with the floor. She's not that tall, so she's not that far away from the floor. So the injury to the eye is completely inconsistent with this.
I mean, I
Fall off the
understand
toilet.
what you said, but we heard a boom and that
Okay.
boom could step on her.
She's
not being
lying.
made.
In order
that
for her to
baby's
get that
no
injury to her eye, I mean, she would have been dropped from the 2nd floor. But you're saying she fell off the.
I mean, I understand what you're saying because I deal with kids a lot and a lot of stuff that happened and they be like, wow, how did that happen too?
Okay. This is different though, because we have experts who can determine that the injury to the eye did not happen the way that you're saying it did. Okay.
It did because I had her.
It didn't
we
happen.
had her on the
Stop.
I mean, she was on the Anaya was on the toilet, and when we heard the boom, she was on the floor, and then we saw the cut, and her eye looked like it was swollen up.
Okay. So that injury to her eye, it had to have bled a lot.
She hit her head very hard.
Right.
Very hard.
Yes, it would bleed a lot.
It was bleeding. It wasn't that much, but it was a lot. It wasn't that much.
What
blood.
did you use to clean up the blood?
I used peroxide, and I used a little bit of
And why
alcohol.
would you use
Okay.
alcohol
Where did you
on a
clean the
baby,
blood off
on
the-
anybody with an
off
open
the
cut? It's gonna
apartment?
burn.
Where did
Off
the
the
blood
floor.
go?
It was on the tub. It was a little bit on the tub.
A little bit on the tub
And a little bit on the floor.
and a little bit on the floor. When you
And I
say a
used
little
pesticide.
bit, like
Cause it wasn't that much blood coming out at all.
how many teaspoons of blood?
Like I used about like 4 big paper towels, wet paper towels.
Yeah, maybe the father could
Okay.
got custody if the father probably knew the baby was being abused by her.
It wasn't that. It wasn't
I
how to
mean,
do
was
it.
there this much blood?
No,
Was there this much blood?
No.
Either her boyfriend.
There was not even that
the
much
one
blood.
did
no.
it.
It was like a
We still
little
don't know
like
the real
this.
story
Like
yet.
if it was in that cup, it would only fill it.
There's a part two to
It
this.
wouldn't be as
Yeah,
wide
I
as this
got time
cup.
to
It
get
wasn't
all
that much
parts
blood
to
coming
that.
out. Because if that was the case, I would have had to put like something to attach it so it could stop. The blood eventually stopped. I didn't have to use no band-aids, no nothing. I know peroxide heals marks.
Okay. All right. And this her bed here. Okay. And how long has she been wetting the bed?
She wetted Thursday twice, and she did it Friday. She asked to go to the bath. What day was that? She asked to go to the bathroom. Was that? She asked to go to the bathroom Saturday.
Okay. When was she first toilet trained?
And she was 2. Yeah, when she was 2.
This girl is such a liar.
When was the last time you had her at daycare?
About like 2 weeks ago. 2 and a half
And Brittany,
weeks
I
ago.
don't know if the baby,
Which daycare did you
you
have
know,
her at?
deceased or
Yeah,
not, because I don't know the whole story. I only watch half of the
2.5
story.
weeks ago.
I watch
And
half
how
of
did she
part
get
one
to
and part
daycare?
two. So I
Walked
don't know the whole
across the street.
story behind it.
I mean, not by herself. She's 4.
Oh, maybe we walked.
Oh, you went with her?
It was right across the street.
Okay. Was that a day that you were working?
She goes to my daycare.
Okay.
Well, she was going to my daycare.
Okay. And now is that ready, set, grow?
Get ready, so.
Okay. It's like March 12th now. Do you think it was in March or in February?
February.
Okay. And how often was she going up to that
Every day.
point? She was going every day?
Because I had to work every day.
You had to work every day?
Mhm,
How many?
Monday through Friday.
Okay. You were working Monday through Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the daycare is required by the state to keep records of who's there on what days. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So the records from the state will show that Anaya was there?
Mm-hmm. Got to do a swipe in and a swipe out.
Okay. And who works at the daycare with you?
2 other teachers and me.
Okay. What are the other teachers' names?
Chantel and Sakia.
Oh Lord, I'm surprised she knew their
How do you
name.
spell Chantel?
CHANTLE.
T-L-E?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Chantel. C-H-A.
Chantel. CHANTLE.
Okay, what's her last name?
I don't remember.
And the other teacher?
Sakia.
How do you spell that?
SAKEYA.
Okay. Do you know Sakaya's last name?
No.
Sakia.
Lord, you mean to tell me you don't know
Who
their
is
last
the
name?
operator of the daycare?
Now, when I work in the daycare, y'all,
Iron.
IRA.
when I work in the daycare, we knew all the people's last names, so we called them by their last names. We didn't call anyone in that facility by their first names. Everybody was called by their last names. So you mean to tell me she don't know these people's last names? Lady, Lord, this is going to lock up.
IRAN. Is it a male?
Yes.
Do you know his last name?
DOS.
How do you spell it?
DOS.
Do you know where he lives?
No.
How much contact do you have with Iron?
Not for real. You don't be there for real.
Okay. Right. How old is Chantal?
About 30.
How old is Sakia?
19.
Okay. Do they have training in early childhood education? Do you know where they got their training?
I mean, they did one of the trainings with me. I don't know where else they got the other training from.
They did one of their. What do you mean?
Like we did one CPR class.
Oh,
together,
okay.
And whatever they did was before.
All right.
Hey Jen, what was Sarah, what was the day that you went for the well check? Do you remember when her last well check was?
What you mean, what check?
Did you say that you took her to the
I mean, well, based off her
pediatrician? You said she went
pediatrician said last time I took her, well, she up to date with her shot workers or whatever. I don't need to bring her back until she's 5.
Well, and when was that?
Her last couple of months ago. Because when she was born, she was getting seen back to back. And they said when a child get older, they don't need to be seen all like that for real.
Right.
Who is her pediatrician? What's her
I don't know.
that?
It's a he, but I don't know his name.
Sometimes she tell the truth about something.
Euclid.
And which? We have a lot of pediatric care facilities in Euclid. Which one is it?
The one up the street.
I can see that, Auntie Lynn.
Hey, you got to do a little better. Just
Well, what you
do have
Yeah,
several.
I can see that.
Is it at Euclid Hospital? Okay. And is it like behind the Euclid Hospital?
Yep. Yep, it's right behind.
Okay. And do you remember the doctor's name, the pediatrician?
No, I just know it's the male.
How long
Oh
has he
my
been her
God,
pediatrician?
girl! Oh my God! How
For 2
you
years.
take a baby to the doctor and don't even know the pediatrician name?
Yeah,
Girl, are
2
you
years.
serious?
Who was her
Because I was
pediatrician
taking
before
her.
that?
I was taking her on Broadway, Cleveland
Oh
Clinic.
my gosh, she making me
Broadway
mad.
Cleveland Clinic.
Lord, help me.
In the
please.
Little Plaza.
Okay, on Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
what?
think that's 50/50
You
if
don't
I'm
know
not mistaken.
nothing.
And Who was her pediatrician at the Broadway CCF?
It's not
Dr.
Miss
Lawrence
Hill.
was her.
How you? I don't even know my
No,
doctor
no, no,
name.
no.
I get it confused
It was a
sometimes when
lady.
people ask me like when I go to a different
Cynthia,
doctor, what's your
I
doctor
think?
name? Because her last name is so funny.
Cynthia.
But I know her first name and I know her address and her phone number.
Cynthia? Do you
Mhm.
know Cynthia's last name?
No.
Is Cynthia a medical doctor?
She was a, what you call it? DYOBN, something like that?
I'm not sure.
Of doctor that do the checkup
Miss
like
Hill.
when the baby's born or
I
before the baby's
still know
born.
all
I
my
thought I said it right.
pediatricians and they are grown
I thought I said it
too.
right.
You got it.
Okay,
DYOBN.
and two of my three of my
Oh,
Oh, an
granddaughters
obstetrician
went to the
gynecologist?
same
So that's not a
pediatrician
pediatrician.
that
Well, that's what she
their
was being seen
mothers
by.
was going to. Now they don't go there because their
And
mom
by
has
a
moved
female
from the
named
Africa.
Cynthia? Who's
I'm
an
trying to.
OBGYN?
I'm not sure. I just know her name started with S.
Okay. Alright. So, everything you've
Well,
told me, go ahead.
Will I be able to go to the hospital to see her?
Well, the problem is everything you're telling me is nothing is consistent with the way that Anaya is presented, okay? The way that
You don't need to go
she
nobody.
appears,
You need to go to jail.
the injuries she's suffered, nothing that you're saying is making any sense.
How come
It's not.
I don't know why.
I mean, that's why I
Because
brought her to you. That's why I brought her to the hospital because I thought she was acting weird. I didn't.
when did you bring her to the hospital?
Today they took her.
Okay, you mean you called?
When I
you're-
called.
Well, Deontay called 911.
Mm.
Right. Okay.
It could have been some day that you told me that I didn't know.
What can you tell us about when you called 911? What exactly were you guys doing? What were you doing? What
I was doing CPR, and he was
Exactly,
looking
Miss
at
Hill.
me.
Like,
were-
God
and
damn,
where
what the
was,
hell did this
on the
child
floor.
know?
She was on
She
the
told
You
me
should
lay on
even
the
be a
floor and all
mother
that.
because you don't know
Okay.
anything.
And what was she wearing?
Who?
Naya.
A jeans and a pink shirt and I believe some orange socks and a pink jacket.
I know
and
sometimes
like
as parents,
She was
you
wearing.
know,
Pink-
sometimes you got more than one
a
child.
pink
Sometimes
jacket
you
and
forget
like
a
a
little things.
peach
But
hat.
damn, not everything. She don't know nothing. That's because she wasn't
And
taking
what color
Peach's baby.
pants?
Blue jean. Shirt is pink and it got like some type of words on it.
Were you able to see where you were putting your hands during CPR with the shirt on?
Like in the chest part. I pulled her shirt up. The
You
chest
pulled her
part.
shirt up?
Mhm.
Like, you pulled her shirt up to expose her chest?
So I can see what I was doing, yeah.
Okay.
Because she told me not to put too much pressure on it. And I pulled her shirt up because the lady told me to see if she was breathing.
Okay, the dispatcher asked you to do that? Okay. Okay. What were your thoughts when you were giving her were you giving her CPR or just chest compressions?
I was doing this. I took the head up. I was doing based on what I did in my training class. When somebody's not breathing, tilt the head up. You test to see if they're breathing on the side. And I noticed she wasn't breathing on the side.
Okay.
Pinched her nose a little bit. Blew through her mouth about 4 times.
Okay.
That didn't help, so I did about 15 compressions, whatever you call that.
Okay.
I did that 15 times, then I did it again 50 times. Then she told me to keep going until they got there. And I kept doing it, and I kept getting something like that out of her.
And was the CPR that you just described, was it done on the phone with the dispatcher?
Yeah, I was on the phone with her. I was doing it before I was on the phone with her, and
Okay.
when she was like, "Well, I'm about to take you through the steps," and the steps she was taking to, I told her I was doing it when she told me to do it again.
Okay.
But she told me to keep doing it until they got there, and to see if I can get a response out of her.
Okay. Keep
she
doing it
told
till who got there?
The ambulance got there.
Okay. All right. And what did the paramedics say when they came in?
They rushed and they had got her, and then that's when I
Okay.
started putting my.
How
shoes
did they
up.
get in the apartment?
I believe my boyfriend had to go downstairs and let him in because my lease office is closed.
I mean, how did they get into apartment?
My apartment.
What number do you live in?
213.
Yeah, how they get into
Beyonce
213?
he opened the door.
Okay, you had to go.
Because they was bamming
door?
out, yeah.
Yeah. What? How come you guys didn't have the door open and waiting for the medics?
Have it open because we thought they can get downstairs.
You were trying to say that again.
You were asking me why the door wasn't open.
Yeah. Why
I
was
mean,
the apartment locked?
that wasn't our main concern. We was focused on the night then,
Mm-hmm.
so I wasn't focused about the door.
You said something about going downstairs. What did you mean by that?
Because I'm on the second floor.
Right.
It's two doors. It's my door and it's the door downstairs.
Yes.
You asked me who let them in. I said Deontay had to go downstairs to let them in.
Did Deontay go downstairs to let them in?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
You just told me that.
No.
Deontay opened the
I don't even know how they
apartment
got in. I don't even know how they got in.
door. Okay.
I was confused. I don't know how they got in because my lease office normally ambulance or the police have to go to the lease office to let them in. Deontay let them through the 213, which is my apartment door. I don't know who let them in.
Okay.
But when we was on the phone, she did say to let them in from downstairs because you have the badge. You had to buzz in to get in.
Right.
But they was already knocking at the door. Deontay let them in.
Okay.
I had that confused. Yeah, Deontay let them in.
Okay. Okay.
Did you cover the leg?
Yeah, we talked about the leg.
Okay.
Yeah. I told her my main concern with that is just why it's localized to only the legs.
I mean, that was my main concern too because we didn't get to the upper body, but the water was just on her waist side.
The water's up to where?
On her waist side.
So if she's sitting in your tub, that,
And it's the lower part.
okay, then why
I just
isn't-
thought this was.
why aren't all her legs?
That
all
was
she
me
do is
and my
stay alive.
dude main concern. I said, why was it just from the waist side? I just thought sometimes you can wash up and just get on certain parts of your body. Cause I done broke out and it just got on certain parts of my body.
Okay.
And I just thought maybe she got a allergic reaction from the Johnson Johnson because I never used that. She ran out of hers, so I just used that. 'Cause
Okay, sure. How long has she appeared like this? Do you see how she appears in this photo here?
What you mean, like the way she's sitting?
Well, what do you see like right here?
She's turned over.
Well, I'm pointing at her knee. What do you see about her? What do you notice about her knees? Her shoulders. What do you think I'm pointing out?
I don't see no surgery.
Well, her bones are protruding.
Auntie Lynn, if you
Okay,
can,
so,
send it to me over the weekend.
Not to be weird or
I can
anything,
probably
but
do it
if the rest of us
Monday.
were in here in only underwear like she is, our bones wouldn't stick out like this. Okay, we have fat and other tissue on top
Right.
of our bones. Okay, this child is extremely thin. Okay,
I mean, Anaya was never fat
sure,
at all.
right.
She was throwing up a lot, and I thought that consisted of that too.
Okay. When did she start appearing this thin?
Yeah, send it to me in my inbox on
She,
Instagram.
Anaya's. Well, I really didn't know no change of my daughter's body for real, but she was normal to me. She was eating well.
Okay. What you're telling me, this is what we're looking at, okay? Remember, I have 4 children, okay?
I'm not
I have a
understanding.
daughter your
It's
age.
guilty. She
Okay,
was
so
already guilty.
I
She walked
I
in the
know what
interrogation
healthy
room.
children should look like at all
Great
ages.
line.
You're saying she was at her well check, she got a weight check. You don't want her telling me how much she weighed then.
I don't remember how much she weighed.
Okay, how much do you think she
I'll
weighs
cover
right
that,
here today in this picture?
Monday, Auntie Lynn.
About 30.
And the other 2 stories
Yeah,
I
she's
just
about
put
30.
on
No,
Tuesday. 'Cause I got 2 other
She
stories.
looked normal to
30
me.
to
I'll put
40
them
something.
Tuesday.
I don't think she weighs that much. I think she looks like she weighs about 20 pounds, which is way, way under normal weight for a 4-year-old. Okay, especially someone her height. Do you think that this looks okay? These bones sticking out?
I really didn't notice that for real.
When did she start looking
God
like
damn,
this?
girl, you don't know.
Like I said, Anaya's always been
Girl, you'll
like
never
a
be that
normal
big.
size. She eats
No.
a lot.
Okay, this
Please,
is
God,
not a
don't give
normal
that
size.
big
This is
size.
a very, very thin child, dangerously thin.
Thank you, Auntie Lynn.
It
If
was
you
my
had
uncle's
taken
size.
her to see a doctor and they saw her like this,
Mhm.
they wouldn't release her. When's the last time you took her to a doctor?
I took her to Euclid Hospital couple of months ago, and they told me to come back when she turns 5.
Did you have an appointment at that time?
Yeah, it was appointment.
And did you stay for the appointment and go through the motions of the appointment?
Like the medical.
Because you're telling me that they told you to come back in a year. Did they refuse to examine her that day?
No, they examined her. What the lady told me was, it's no point of her coming back. Because I asked, when is the next checkup? Women's Day, you don't need to come back until she's 5.
Okay.
Because Anaya was going back to that.
Did they weigh her that day?
Yeah,
You did weigh her a couple months ago? What did they say to you about her weight at that time?
Anaya was
Her
normal.
daughter going to be 5 in August.
So I'll be able to get records of that appointment, and we'll compare that weight that she is.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying a couple months ago. It's March. Are we talking in 2018?
I said a couple of months ago.
Okay. What month do you think it was?
I'm not for sure.
Well, that is when it's cold outside, you know it at that building because it's right on the lake. Were you going there in wintertime or were you going there in summertime and it's warm?
I went in the summer.
Okay. Was it just this past summer?
It was no. I was living in Harbor Press. I mean, I can't tell you the exact date and the exact month.
But you should. That's your
Okay.
daughter.
I just
Your
know
only
it was
child.
in the summer.
You should know something.
Okay. So do you think it was this past summer? No, you don't?
I'm getting my years mixed up. No.
No, you're not getting your years mixed up. You get your lives.
But if she's a normal weight at the time you take her there, and we compare it to what weight she is right here in this picture taken yesterday, Sunday. Okay, I see you starting to get upset.
No, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay.
If I take her.
Do you want to?
I take her to the. You said if I take her to. If you go get her records, and I told you that was normal from now.
Right. She's no longer a normal weight here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
You were asking me, did I notice her weight?
if you're saying she has a normal weight from her last well check, this is not normal. So there's a change
In her weight.
Yeah. Yeah. You agree this is not normal?
It didn't catch my eye.
Oh my
This didn't catch your eye?
No, it didn't catch my eye. She was to me, she was normal.
She's not going to agree because she's lying. And she probably have not been taking that baby to the doctor quite some times, okay? Because when a baby young, they do go to the doctor every a few months, right? Until they turn a year old. Once they get a year old, then they don't come back until they're 2. When they're 2, they don't come back until they're 3. When they're 3, they don't come back until they're 4. And so on and so forth. You know? So that's why she don't know shit, because she ain't been taking the baby to a damn doctor. It don't take a rocket scientist to know that this girl is lying, okay? My granddaughter don't go back to the doctor until this year in April. She will be 5 years old. She will go back right before she go to kindergarten, okay?
She was eating, drinking juice and doing all that stuff, so it didn't catch my weight.
Okay.
I mean, I get what you were saying, but she was eating, she wasn't not taking
What is
food.
she eating?
Normal stuff. Chicken.
When is she eating chicken?
Well, I cook like every day. Sometimes I might go out or whatever.
Okay.
Well,
What was the
Why
last thing
why she
that I
underweight?
ate?
Tried to eat. She had chicken nuggets and she had some French fries and then soup.
Chicken nuggets.
Well, this
I forgot that.
Sunday we tried to give her soup and pop as a because she wouldn't take nothing down.
Okay. You said she ate chicken nuggets and French fries. When was that?
We tried to give it to her
When?
Sunday.
Yeah, she's not a good mom.
And then we gave her the chicken soup. She threw it up.
You tried to give her the chicken nuggets. What
Tried
day?
to give her the chicken nugget fries. That didn't stay down.
What day?
Sunday. She barely ate a French fry.
Okay.
And then we prolonged it to give her the chicken noodle soup with the ginger ale. She threw that up. Along with the Tylenol.
How does she look normal?
Okay. You gave her Tylenol?
Yeah, a little bit.
What kind of Tylenol?
Kids Tylenol.
Liquid or
It's
pills?
liquid.
What did you do with the bottle?
It's
When
all
my son was 3 years old, right? He fell off of his bike, right? He was 3 years old. He fell off his little training wheel bike. And when he fell off of it, he turned the bike over. He was so funny back then, y'all. Lord, he tried to work on his goddamn bike at 3 years old. And when he turned the pedals, his hands, all 5 of them, got stuck in the bike. right? The next morning, when he woke up, all his fingers were swollen and the bones was popped up. And I immediately took him to the emergency room. He cried like a goddamn newborn baby. Okay? I immediately took my son to the emergency room. And all 5 of his fingers was broke. And they didn't call no goddamn CPS on me. Okay? Because I knew something was wrong with my goddamn son. I knew something was wrong with him. But that night, I put ice on it. But when I woke him up for school that morning, I knew something was not right because all his bones had popped up out of his damn hand. And I called the ambulance and I immediately took him to the hospital.
What did you do with the bottle after you used it all?
Deontay threw it away.
When did you throw it away?
I don't remember. Because we had used the last time.
Okay. Do you know what I'm asking you about the Tylenol?
Yeah, I wouldn't let my damn baby go to no damn school.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your Tylenol.
I gave her a little bit of Tylenol.
Okay, but where did it come from? Because the bottle does not exist. You don't have Tylenol
There's
in
no
your
more
house.
Tylenol in my house. Deontay threw it away.
Okay, but your other garbage is still in the house.
Deontay threw it away. She only had it was on a little bit of Tylenol. He threw it
So
away.
where did Deontay throw away the bottle of Tylenol?
In the trash can.
Which trash can?
In the room.
Which
In
room?
the living room. It's a little trash can in there.
Okay, we went through the trash. There's no Tylenol bottle.
Well, you can ask him if he still got it, but we was giving her
He
Tylenol.
doesn't have
Now
it.
imagine me when I
He
took
doesn't
my
have
baby to the
Tylenol
hospital
bottle.
We
for
was
a
giving
week
her
or 2 weeks.
Tylenol.
They
So
probably would
her
call some
stomach
CPS
stopped
on
being
me.
upset. That was
You know
Where
what
did you
I'm
buy the
saying? It's the
Tylenol?
time
I've been
frame.
had a Tylenol. I brought it from Dollar Tree.
Okay. Why isn't the Tylenol bottle in your house
It
right now?
should be in the house unless Deontay took it out with him.
It's not. Where would Deontay have taken it?
I had two
Yes,
trash cans in my
Joanne.
house.
All your
I
trash
wasn't
is
gonna
still
send
in
my
there.
baby no
Mhm.
school like
Okay,
that.
trash you
Hell
thrown
no.
away days ago is still in the trash, so I'm not
And he didn't
believing
even
that somebody
stick
took
to
a
it that
tiny
night.
bottle of Tylenol and walked it to a
But I was
trash
trying to
can
stick it
removed
out,
from
you
the
know, into the
house.
next
I mean,
morning.
I don't know. He could have threw it out when he went outside to go take a smoke. I don't know, because we used the last of the Tylenol and he had it, and I'm pretty sure he threw it away.
Okay.
I gave my child Tylenol.
So if the child has Tylenol in her system,
Okay, Erica.
you know,
She threw it up.
okay.
I gave her Tylenol. No, I gave my child Tylenol.
Okay. But what you're saying isn't adding up with our investigation. Do you understand that?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. When did she start appearing this way as opposed to a healthy, normal weight?
What you mean, like the way she's laying?
How thin she is? How
I mean,
skeletally thin she is?
Anaya was, like I said, she was a normal size. It didn't catch my attention. Because if it caught my attention, I would have just took her to the hospital. Anaya has always been like not bony, but like a decent sized child that just ate a lot.
Okay, she's not a decent sized child anymore, and she's definitely bony.
Damn, Miss Hill, they call
I'm gonna show you
CPS
a
for
picture.
you and your
This is
baby
her
was
back.
burnt with hot water.
There's absolutely no
That's
fat in
crazy.
her back. That's
Or maybe they had to call CPS
see her
anyway because it happened at a
pronounced
daycare.
vertebrae.
But when things happen at daycare to some children, they have to call
Yes, no,
CPS because that's how it was
What did you
in the
notice?
daycare. I used
The
to
way
work
her
there.
butt was getting wrinkled. And I basically just thought it was because she kept throwing up, and it made contains of her losing weight.
Do you see what I'm pointing to here?
Her leg, yeah.
What is that?
Her bone,
Her bone in her what? Do you know what bone this is here?
her leg,
Well, this. Do you know what bone this is here?
her side.
Okay, so that's her hip bone, right? Okay. It's very, very pronounced. There's no fat. The thigh is much smaller than the bone structure. Okay, we've got no fat here. We've got a leg that is just bone. This is a knee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a knee should not be bigger than a thigh. You see how we have a knee that's bigger than her thigh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's going on here with her buttock?
I really just thought because she was just, Anaya wasn't, within the last couple of days, Anaya just kept throwing
Well,
up.
stop saying that, okay?
I
That's
told my
because you
dude, that's the
neglected
reason
the
why
baby.
it could be
Wasn't
because she's
eating.
losing weight.
Okay.
You have training in early childhood education,
Mm-hmm.
and you are sitting in this room trying to convince a mother of 4, whose kids your age,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that you. What's going on here?
My daughter butt is wrinkled, which I can see because I noticed that too.
What else is going on
I
in
mean,
this
she
picture?
knows
What are
a
we
lot of
talking
stuff,
about
y'all, and
Her
didn't take
hip
no
bone.
action. That's the
here? Okay. Is that
problem.
normal?
And I didn't really feel like it was a problem. If that
You
was
spent 2 years in early childhood education in junior and senior year.
Mm-hmm.
You seem very intelligent.
I am intelligent.
Well, just
Okay.
act like it.
So if you're intelligent and you have this training in early childhood education, why are you trying to convince me that you think this is normal?
I'm not trying to convince you. I didn't catch my attention is what I'm saying.
So you're the mother of this child and you don't see this as a problem?
No, because my child before that she was eating.
How long has she looked like this?
She just started, like I said, she just like literally just started losing her weight.
When?
No, Average, they really don't.
I didn't. Her butt just started looking like that.
When did she start looking
Sometimes I don't
like
like
this?
to
Her
say
butt
stuff like
started
that,
looking
but
like that
hell no, they don't.
approximately Wednesday or Tuesday.
Okay,
But she was
this didn't happen Tuesday or Wednesday.
My
Like,
sister-
it's looking
Monday
so
right now.
mad,
It's Monday
like,
at
right.
2 in the morning.
man.
I understand what you're saying,
This isn't a week. This is a long period of time a child takes to get this emaciated.
but Anaya is 4. She's a kid. When a kid don't eat for a couple of
Okay,
days before,
there's medical doctors have looked at these photos and have
Right.
examined the child. This
Right.
is not a week of a stomach virus.
what I'm saying is she's throwing up a lot.
When did that start?
She started Thursday.
This did not happen since Thursday, okay?
My daughter,
Sometime
I
before
her
last
body,
Thursday, she started looking like
I
this.
know
When
you
was
did
it?
curse them out.
if her body started looking like that, I
I
wanted
would've
to take her
too.
to the hospital.
Why didn't you take her to the hospital?
It wasn't her body wasn't out of proportion to the point that I was concerned to take her to the doctors.
So you saw her body like this,
It wasn't really like that, Miss.
but it
what I'm
is like
saying.
that.
It is like that,
We're
yeah.
looking. Yeah, it is like that.
Mhm.
Okay. And the
And I know what
doctors
you're
have
trying to-
said it did not happen since Thursday. It
I know
did
what
not
you're
even
trying to
happen
say.
since last Tuesday.
Her body wasn't looking like that. Anaya was
When did
throwing
her
up.
body start looking like
I
this?
said, well, her butt started looking weird around like Tuesday or Wednesday, but it wasn't out of proportion, so I can call the hospital. What I'm saying.
But you should have had called. You said she wasn't eating a couple of days. Okay? You said her butt wasn't looking right. Okay? When a baby don't eat at least in 24 hours, it's something is wrong. As a mother, you should have known that baby did not eat. Okay? In 24 hours. But you said a couple of days. But you should have known that before a couple of days something was off. Okay? And like the detective said, she right. You work at a daycare. I worked at a daycare for maybe 4 years. And they taught us things. You didn't be taught working in a daycare. So we know what to look for things when these children come in. Marks on their face, on their legs, their speech, their body language, how they play well with other children. We was taught things like that working in the damn daycare. Because as a teacher or a teacher's aide, you have to know when something is wrong because you have to report that. Okay? But I was a teacher's aide. But we still had to report when we knew or seen things or felt things was not right with a child. That was our job.
Anaya was throwing up a lot. What I'm telling you, Anaya wasn't a big size kid. She was like in between like a medium size.
A child that looks like this,
right,
needs rushed to the ER because there's something seriously wrong. Okay?
Yeah, I believe that, Auntie Lynn.
I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Right, but you didn't do that. You didn't take her to the doctor. You haven't taken her to the doctor since you don't remember when, sometime when it was summer and maybe not even this past summer.
That's when she had a checkup. And if you go to the hospital, Anaya's been to all her checkups.
What hospital would I go to to find that out?
Oh my
Her pediatrician.
You don't even know her pediatrician's name. How am I going to get medical records?
I mean, I've heard it's a male. It's not. It's a male, but it's a male, but it's sometimes a woman too. But I don't know her doctor's name.
But why not?
Okay, so when's the last time they're going to have her being seen on file?
They told me to take her. I don't know, a couple of months ago. I don't know the exact date when I took my daughter.
Girl,
It was in the summer.
Is sad.
But not this past summer?
No, I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing.
I was ready to get rid of her girl and I was living
This
in
don't make no
Hartford.
sense, and she thinks she's gonna get away with this.
It was this past summer because Deontay took me.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was dating.
Did you go in? Okay, so it was this past summer. And did you go in?
I went in with her. Mm-hmm.
Did you go into a patient room?
Okay, baby. Yeah, I used to work in one too.
I mean, you've been inside Eagle Hospital, right?
Yes, yeah. I'm just
The-
making sure your
Well, you know
experience
what
is
I'm
like
saying.
every other pediatric visit I've had with my kids.
Checked her, but they did a little, with the little thumb, checked your hand, whatever, pinch or whatever. Gave her a shot.
Well, baby walking
Okay.
in
Did a
daycare
little
even
thing
with a
with
burn.
on her
We have to
knees or
report that
whatever.
immediately.
I checked the ears and stuff.
They weighed her.
Mm-hmm.
Did the
So
daycare
that's in the summer of
Rona?
2017.
or the head daycare who was there at that time? They call the
You're
mother.
talking
They
to
do
him.
an
He
incident
took
report.
you. How did you get there?
He
The
had a
teacher
truck.
that
He had
seen
a
it.
truck.
His dad.
How did
drove.
we notice it?
Okay.
What the child was doing at the time?
All right. But she didn't look like this then?
No, her
And she
fucking
should know that as a daycare worker.
Did her knees look like this?
I've been raising my daughter for 4
So
years.
you ain't ready to
And I has
nobody.
never had a fat weight or a big weight for real.
Mhm.
I know her butt never looking like that.
Yeah, we're not talking about whether or not she has fat. There's definitely no fat in this picture. You've got bones that are sticking out further than the thigh. It's totally not normal.
I get where you're coming from.
What kind of relationship did you have with Ayana,
Oh,
your daughter?
Anaya,
Anaya,
a
yeah.
good relationship with my
No, you
daughter.
didn't.
Relationship?
Yeah, a good relationship with my
No,
daughter.
you didn't.
Spoiled.
Okay. Was there any kind of
Okay.
discipline or anything that you've ever? How would you discipline?
No, I barely discipline my child because she's not bad.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
I just be like, if she was to do something wrong, and I don't do that. And I wasn't a child that I had to tell to do something for real.
But when she did do something wrong, like if she went to
Only thing Anaya probably do is she'd throw a little tantrum. You can ask my family. She'd throw a little tantrum, or whatever. And I'd be like, Anaya, stop. Or probably what I do to my neighbor kids, I put her in timeout based on her age.
Okay.
And I barely did that.
What is
Put
that?
them in, you
I know
gotta
what
put
timeout is, but what do you mean by age? What do I don't understand?
like 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Like if they 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes.
1 minute per their age. Where does she go to timeout?
By the couch.
Okay. And does she sit on the couch?
I
for
just
timeout?
I just sit on the couch.
Sit on the couch for timeout?
Yeah, take the tablet away from her, and I won't give her no candy until she realizes what she did. Because Anaya's very smart.
Okay.
Other than that, she's not a bad child. So I didn't have to distance Anaya.
Does she have any playmates?
What you mean?
Like anybody come over to the apartment and play with her? She go anybody?
I mean, yeah, my dude, JCI.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How often do they usually play together?
How often? Whenever we go to his brother's house sometime. Or JCI used to come over on Harper Press.
When was the last time they played together?
Week or 2 weeks
Ooh,
ago.
people like this just make
What's
this
Jason's
man.
dad's name?
I don't know.
Well, is he at the house?
Mm-hmm.
You go to the house for a play date with Jason and Anaya, but you don't know the dad's name? Who's your
That's
living
not.
boyfriend's brother?
It's my boyfriend, but that's not my priority. You know what I mean? Beyonce don't even know half of my family member names.
I mean, but you sure you've been with this man all these many
So how
years,
long ago did they
and
have
you
a
mean to
play
tell me you don't know none of his family
2 or 3
names?
weeks ago.
That's
But
weird, and
I
that don't make no
mainly at the
sense.
daycare, she was around kids, so.
And where was that play date at? 3
At
weeks
least
ago?
know his immediate
at his
family, if
house,
not everybody.
What is that? Wait.
I didn't know my husband's whole family because I
And
used
whose house
to
was
want
it
to
at?
know them,
His
but
brother's house.
his
It
immediate
was his
family,
apartment.
like, yeah, I know
Were you there
friends,
during
yeah.
the play date?
Mm-hmm.
You stayed there the whole time?
Yeah.
Where was Jason's dad?
In the living room.
I'm going to cover it Monday,
Kids
Brittany.
was in JCR room.
Where was Deontay?
We was all in the living room.
Because this is
Anyone else
part
in the
2 to
apartment?
this with the
This
boyfriend.
girl was
Not
in
the
that
father with the
Who's
boyfriend.
this girl?
If I get time,
Deontay's
I'll cover
brother
it.
girl.
I'll cover the boyfriend today.
Jason's girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a long interview right here, and
Any other kids there
I got the
besides
part 2
Anaya and
when they're going to
Jason?
Nope, it was just JCR.
interview the boyfriend too.
Okay. What's this from here?
It fell out when she was brushing her teeth.
When did that happen?
I noticed her tooth was loose when I took her to the dentist.
Which
When was
was
that?
the dentist?
Took her to the dentist like 7-8 months ago.
What's the dentist name? What's the address? I'm just saying, y'all.
Who's the dentist?
Dr. Walker.
Oh Lord, she
Where's
knew
Dr.
that.
Walker's office?
Severance.
Did she get any x-rays that day?
For her teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know her teeth was loose till they told me.
God damn, girl. You
And when was that?
nothing.
8 months ago, like 8
Lord,
months ago, 7, 8
child, you
months
is
ago.
sorry to be a mother.
And how long after that did the tooth fall out?
A couple of days after.
You is a sorry woman. Okay? You make good mothers look bad.
So the tooth fell out about 7 to 8 months ago?
A couple of months. Well, I took her at like 8 months ago. Then after that, when I took her, it fell out like a couple of days ago when she was brushing her teeth. Like when I left the dentist, a couple of days after I left the dentist,
Yeah.
she was brushing her teeth and her teeth fell out. What they told me it was going to do because it was very loose.
Okay.
That was
What
her
did you guys
first-
do to celebrate her first tooth?
Gave her $5 and some candy.
Was Deontay there when her tooth fell out?
No, I'm saying no.
Oh, Eric, she don't give a damn.
Mm-mm.
He wasn't there.
Mm-mm.
Did he come home though and see that she lost her
Exactly,
tooth?
Auntie Lynn. She didn't notice nothing about her baby.
He gave her
Nothing.
$5?
I gave her $5 and candy for it.
Oh, okay. You gave her $5.
I wish the hell one of my daughters would treat my grandkids like that.
What
They'll
did he
be in
say
my
there
house
about
so
her
goddamn
tooth?
fast.
Just basically said the two
But see, I don't got to worry about that.
Which
My daughters is good to their
So
children.
Deontay came home and told.
he was just basically just being, oh my God, your tooth fell out.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know how I feel about the churn. I don't like this shit now. I don't. Fucks with my soul.
Okay. Do you understand what you're going to be charged with today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What does she look like in this picture?
Her child, she had a black eye.
Okay. Does she look well?
No, she was sick.
Okay.
I'm glad you admitted that.
As far as I was a very concerned mother, that's all I was doing. What I had to do as a mother to make sure she get better. Because if I didn't care, I wouldn't.
Do you
have did
want
it.
to continue to sit in this room and tell me the story you've been telling me?
What you mean?
The lies you've been telling me. Do you want to continue to tell them?
I'm not. It's not lies. I'm literally legit on my right hand. God is telling you the truth.
You're not telling me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. That's what happened to my child. I don't have no reason to lie.
You are lying.
Deontay was my witness.
You are.
Well, unfortunately, you and Deontay do not have the same story.
How come we don't have the same story? She fell.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to make it right here by telling me the
If you
truth.
might as well don't even give her the opportunity
know
because
somebody
she ain't gonna
is.
make it right.
I wouldn't be sitting here with you if I thought you were telling me the truth because we'd be done already. Okay?
I mean, I'm not lying. I'm not lying about nothing. That's what happened.
So
I don't know how he explained it to you, but that is what happened.
let's do this. For what, like starting today, today's or yesterday would have been Sunday, right?
Right.
From the time that you woke up on Sunday, can you kind of run through the timeline one more time for us? What you
What
did on
happened
Sunday?
Sunday?
Mhm.
I woke up around like it was like 12 o'clock. Woke up. He asked me, "Do you smell it?" I said, "Yeah." Whatever. So we.
Yes,
continued on
Miss
with the
Hill,
room.
absolutely.
I noticed tonight it was laying in the Google,
Mhm.
and it was like she was spinning around. So I proceeded to take her to the tub, wash her up, take down her hair, and wash it all out.
What was she saying to you?
Mommy, I want to lay down. Mommy, I'm sleepy.
Okay. And that was around 2, you said?
No, I said we got up around like, I want to say it was around like 12.
12. Okay, I'm sorry, 12.
I'm just trying to give you time what I think.
Okay, yeah, that's why I just want a timeline of what happened today.
Yeah, poor baby. Poor
Okay.
baby.
And then you put her back in the room after the bath? After the bath?
You sure did,
She
Auntie
laid down
Lynn.
for a
Every
couple of
fucking
minutes.
thing.
Where at?
I laid her in the room,
I don't know which, there's like a
The bed.
dining room, a bedroom,
the bedroom.
in the bedroom,
Mhm.
in the bed? And
But it
what was
wasn't for
she?
too long. I'm back there to check on her,
Okay.
got her out the bed, Noticed that she wasn't really breathing as Anaya would be breathing, a normal person or whatever. Asked her was she okay. She barely responded or whatever. And I noticed that she stopped breathing or whatever. So that's when I prolonged to do CPR.
Okay.
I don't know if he's
What was she, and again, she was wearing what?
blue jeans. She has a pink shirt on, and I believe the pink shirt like got like words in it. Her hat was like it was a peachy color, and she had on a pink jacket.
Okay. So what are you concerned that, about? Are you concerned about Deontay and what he's telling us?
Which I'm concerned about my daughter.
Okay. Well, you started to say, I don't know what he's, and I didn't know.
Because your basics saying our stuff don't
No,
add up.
nothing you
And I
saying
don't see how
add
it
up.
doesn't add up. Is it if he worded it different? Like I don't see how it don't add up.
If it was just the wording that was an issue.
All right, y'all. This one right here won't be done till maybe about 3:30, y'all. I'm gonna get this about 3:30 because this was a long one. If I don't be tired, I will play part 2 today. I may not. I may just do part 2 on Monday and do the interview of the real father. Because part 2 of this is the stepfather of that baby, which was her boyfriend that lived in the house with her. That's part 2 that I was going to play. So I'm going to see how this play out. I mean, and y'all can y'all can tell me, but y'all know I get tired quick.
And not everybody has their own perspective on things.
Right?
Okay. We have 2 totally different stories.
And I don't see how.
Your story does not at all match what caused these injuries to your daughter. Okay. It's not truthful what you're telling us.
I'm telling you, I have no reason to lie. Like if it was cameras in my house, you would have seen it.
Well, there are no cameras in your house.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
She fell real hard, and we both heard a bump, like a real loud.
This is not a fall. Okay. You can stop trying to
Yeah,
convince us that we know this is not a fall.
Miss, I put this on my unborn child. I'm not trying to convince nothing.
Are you pregnant?
No, I'm just.
Yeah,
saying.
this is a long one right
You said
here.
you're a unborn
Yeah,
child.
you're right, Miss Hill. I'll keep it in the queue for Monday
Not for
and
me.
the other
Okay,
one.
I'm not a medical doctor. We have medical doctors confirming this is not a fall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think the medical doctor is the expert, right?
I mean, anybody can be an expert. You know what I mean?
Not anybody. It takes a lot of work to
I mean,
get
I'm not saying like
a
that.
degree, a medical degree, doc. You know,
I don't want to hold y'all.
You're
you're
Yeah,
licensed to practice medicine, especially to be a pediatrician, because that's a
I just
further
try to
area of
respect
specialty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to tell me that you don't believe that the pediatricians are right?
I'm not saying that they're not right, but I'm telling you that's what happened. And
That's
you
not what
guys
happened.
saying because you're a pediatrician or
Right.
whatever.
Okay. That's not what happened. Nothing that you're saying is matching up with how she presents. And I don't know if you've noticed, but every time you tell your story, it changes a little bit. That's the
Yeah,
problem
yeah.
when you lie. It's difficult.
I'm not lying.
It's difficult to remember what you've said.
I'm not lying at all. I understand what you're saying about they had their degrees and stuff, but I don't see how I'm lying.
Okay.
So those marks on her leg, you said those were.
I believe it came from the Johnson.
Yeah,
Johnson,
yeah,
because
Miss
I
Hill,
never
because her
used it
bones
on
were so
Anaya. When I was giving her
you know what
that,
I'm saying?
I thought it could have been like a skin allergic reaction because when I saw it, I'm like, wow. And when I put her in the bathtub, I put her on her body on the bottom, like below her body or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't at the top for real.
Mm-hmm.
And my concern was, like I asked Deontay, my concern was like it didn't get on her whole body.
Were you upset with her?
Yeah, I was upset.
Were
Yeah, I
you
was
upset with
upset.
her when she pooped herself and you went to clean her up?
Was I upset?
Yeah, were you upset?
No, I wasn't
Or-
upset.
No, you weren't upset?
Kids have accidents.
Okay.
And I barely had accidents, so it wasn't nothing to be upset about. And Naya's potty trained. And I understand you guys doing your job. That's why I'm saying here it come, because I know what I saw.
And you know
But
you
I
ain't
know
no
what I
good
heard.
mama.
I understand you guys detective and people went to school or whatever, but yeah, I'm a concerned mother because
No,
if I
no,
was a
no,
concerned mother, I would
no,
never
no,
took her to
no.
the
I'm
hospital.
concerned mother.
You didn't
Or
take her to
when-
the hospital.
I didn't take her to the hospital right away because I was trying to do my own procedure. Give her the stuff, ginger ale and stuff like that.
Okay, you get a child that looks like this at home. You can't do your own procedure. This is deathly. Okay?
What you mean?
Doing your own procedure at home did not fix her. Do you understand?
I was trying to give her food. Make sure
Okay.
her
That's
eat.
sad, Auntie.
So you're telling us you tried to give her food and she couldn't eat,
No.
and you didn't rush her to the hospital.
Just thought she was probably sick. I got sick
We
before.
went over this before. This is
Right.
not a child who's sick. Okay, what is this?
Her butt is not normal. It's wrinkled.
Her butt is not normal. That is grossly emaciated. So very, very emaciated. Do you know what that means?
No.
So extremely skinny, deathly skinny, no fat, starved to death.
No, and I ate. That's the weird part. She was eating.
Okay, well, if she was eating and she still looked like this, you needed to rush her to the doctor, and you didn't.
Look, I'm a young brother. I'm 23. I thought I was doing my best. I thought I
You
was
were doing your best?
Yes.
You work at a daycare.
Yes.
You have training in early
Absolutely.
childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Is Anaya at 4 years old in early
Hey,
childhood?
Crystal.
She's 4, yeah.
Is she in her early childhood?
And you raised a girl school?
So you know what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw this. This is a skeleton. You saw this and you didn't take her for any kind of emergency care.
I was just trying to feed her. Like I said, I thought
Exactly,
I
Miss
working.
Hill. It seems like, Miss Hill,
Right?
seems like a lot of
Was
mamas
working.
doing that bullshit.
How long was she
Return.
not eating?
She started Thursday.
Okay, this didn't happen since Thursday. A child does not go from healthy and eating fine to looking like this on Sunday. These pictures were taken on Sunday.
I understand what you're saying. I've been with Naya every day. And Naya, it wasn't nothing.
Girl, stop
it wasn't
saying
no
there's nothing
concern
wrong
for you
with
to
it.
take her
Stop
to the
saying you're a good mama. Stop saying you around her every
Well,
day.
there was a concern. If she
Mhm.
looked like this, there was
You
a
was
concern.
starving her and
okay?
beating her every day. That's
And
what
then
you was doing.
besides the burns, the horrible bruise on her eye, which is not from a fall, and also the contusion and bump on her forehead.
Yeah. As well as
I
those
mean,
marks
I-
on her leg.
I understand what you guys saying, but it's not going to change.
You're not explaining this. You're not giving us a reasonable explanation for this.
I don't know what you guys want me to explain.
We want the truth.
Yeah, we want.
I'm
Tell them
telling you the
who beat
truth.
the baby. That's what they want you to explain. You are your
Do you want to have a
fucking
child
boyfriend.
with Deontay?
Yes, I do.
You do.
We wanted a boy.
You wanted a boy. What do you guys usually do with Anaya when you go out? When you and Deontay go out to have a good time, what do you do for Anaya?
She goes with us.
She goes with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where do you go?
Out to eat, skating.
Okay.
I'm not really out.
When's the last time the three of you left the house together?
Went to Red Lobster. A couple of days before that, went to church. He go to his grandparents' house sometimes,
Okay.
or I might go to my dad's sometimes, or whatever.
Okay. Well,
I'm not a really outgoing person, so unless I go back and forth to work.
so you tried to feed her, you told me a couple times what you tried to feed her today. What did you try to feed her? Or Sunday, I should say. Right?
Yes.
What did you try to feed her?
But I tried to feed her Saturday.
Sunday.
Sunday, I told her I tried to give her the soup,
Mhm.
and I tried to give her some ginger ale, and she threw it up.
Okay. What did you guys eat?
I had some Chipotle, leftover Chipotle or whatever, and then we was gonna cook some, tacos, but I still had Chipotle, so I didn't eat it.
Where is the Chipotle from?
Chipotle across the street.
Right across the street. When did you guys get it?
We went to Chipotle. When did we go to Chipotle? Was it 2 days ago? I think he went to Chipotle like 2 days ago.
You went to Chipotle like 2 days ago. They have video there, so I can find it. Today's Monday, but it's middle of the night, so it just kind of still Sunday night for some people.
Do you want to do the cheek?
The what?
Do you want to do the cheek?
Sure, yeah. Who went to get the Chipotle?
Yeah, that's all she's
Nothing.
doing is lying. Auntie. You can't hear
When was
myself.
that?
Like I said, I believe it was 2 days ago.
Okay. And so this food that's in your microwave that's not under refrigeration is 2 days old? Is that what you're saying?
The Chipotle that we had got.
It's in the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why is it 2 days old, but it's not,
Wrapped up.
it's not, it doesn't look like it's aged 2 days. The lettuce is still crisp. It's not moldy.
I mean, when you heat it up, I just take it out the refrigerator.
I think her twin is a boy that Auntie Lynn said.
So if I go there and I find that one
I'll
of you is
put
at
some of the
Chipotle on
secrets
Sunday
until we played it on
Fine.
the same Monday.
buying food,
It's not.
when I recover video, what are you gonna say then?
You can go get the video.
Okay. All right. How come you didn't tell me earlier that he left to go get Chipotle when I was
Because
asking
Chipotle
you?
didn't come across my mind.
I didn't cross your mind. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta get a swab. I only have one. I need a couple. You want more water while we're gone?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
No, just
You
give
want a
her
new
one, put in jail.
Yeah. Oh, that has coffee. Yeah, I'll get you a new cup. I'll be right back.
What can I go see tonight?
We'll talk about that when I get back.
Girl, think about it while you're in the room by yourself. What you do to your baby? She ain't got no remorse, no emotions, no nothing about her daughter. Wow. Girl, you're like you don't even care.
No, I'm good. Just want to get your water. In investigations like this, it's typical that we ask for a DNA specimen from a vocal swab, which is of the inside of your cheek.
Did they just do
Yeah, no emotions
What?
at all,
What did you
Crystal.
do?
None.
Of you?
a swap?
That's different. The one from the jail is different than the one. This one that I take is for a different purpose.
Like this the jail?
The jails goes into a database called CODIS. This one is only being used as a standard to compare to any evidence that we recover from this investigation. Okay?
There you go, Sarah.
Hey, Mama Duke, baby. Make sure you tune in Monday because I got some more of this to play. I'm not going to play it all today because it's too much for the day. I I have a part 2 to this, and then I have another trial that I'm gonna do Monday. So I don't want to hold everybody up today on this Friday, but I'll do it Monday. But part 2 in the trial is a part of this.
Okay. So before I collect it,
Joanne, can you drop
So
my
read
coffee
this
link, please, before I get
form to
on?
you.
So if
Okay.
anybody want to donate a coffee, they could.
And this is a consent form to obtain your saliva specimen.
Yes,
Okay.
Mom,
I,
dudes. Yes,
Sierra
yes,
Day,
baby.
having
You know
been
what? Maybe
advised
I
of my
should do it at 12,
constitutional
y'all.
rights
Then it's
not to
so
have a
long.
specimen of my
So
saliva
what do
taken
y'all
without a
think? Do
judicial
y'all
order,
think I should just
and
do
of the
it
fact that I
at
have a right to
12:30?
refuse to consent to providing a specimen
Y'all
of
think
my
I should start at 12:30 Monday instead of 1? What do y'all think? Like, let me know in the comments, because we still not really finished with this one here.
of my saliva, do hereby authorize
Or
and
12:45.
Detective Prozac to obtain such specimens
Okay,
as they
okay,
deem
Joanne.
necessary
Thank
for
you, baby.
purposes of their investigation. This written permission is being given by me to the above named officers voluntarily, without any promises or threats being made to me, and no pressure or coercion having been made against me. I'm also going to put the sergeant's name here. Do you understand that statement as I read it to you?
Mm-hmm.
And do you give us permission to collect your vocal swab?
Yes.
Okay. Sign here.
Okay. Yeah, I set my live Sunday for that time for Monday. So everybody can, won't
Yes.
forget what time.
It is now the 12th at 2:22 a.m. Okay. And I'm going to sign as the person who's going to take the sample. Once I start taking the sample, I'm not going to speak, so if you have any questions about how it's going to go, ask me now. Any questions?
No.
All right, so I'll explain it to
Don't
you.
got more
quick
questions,
and
y'all,
give you
because
more
she's a
chance to
liar.
ask questions.
All her questions is done.
I'm going to open up the swabs. They're just long Q-tips. Okay, I'm just going to swab the inside of your cheek. It should be painless. But while I do that, I'm going to wear gloves and not speak because I don't want any DNA from my mouth mixing with any DNA sample I'm getting from you. Do you understand that? Do you have any questions before I do it? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mom, Deuce, for the coffee. Appreciate you, Queen.
Could you just sign as the witness, Sergeant?
Gotcha.
Thanks. Pleasure, Senator.
Yes, Mom, Deuce, yes. So better give me enough time to, like, you know what I'm
So
saying?
you don't have much
Play
longer
this
here.
part 2 of this,
It's not enough
and
time
then watch
here.
the trial from this. So, yeah,
I need
I'm
you to
not gonna come in
understand
a little early
something.
for that.
Okay. Do you know what you're going to be charged with when I take you back over to the jail?
No.
What do you think you're going to be charged with?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about the charges. Never been there.
You're going to be charged in your daughter's death.
Hmm?
Huh?
You're going to be charged with her death.
Yeah.
What you mean?
She passed away. She was dead when you guys called us. She was already dead.
She knew that.
My daughter's dead?
She's dead.
And y'all, they didn't want to tell her that throughout that interview. They kept that away from her. And Auntie Lynn,
Sierra.
that's true.
She was dead for hours before you called 911.
Okay, Mom, dude.
Speak for your daughter. Tell us what happened, Sierra.
He just
Speak for
woke
your
up.
daughter.
I'm speaking. When we woke up, he just said, "Did you smell something?" That's all he said. It was boo that we asked milk.
When do you think she died?
I didn't know.
You think she died
I thought she was
overnight?
no. I thought she was still breathing.
She wasn't breathing. She was dead for hours. You know how I understand? How I know that? Sierra,
No, I don't.
I'm not a doctor. Who do you think determines how long this person's been dead?
I don't know. Doctors.
Yeah, doctors. But not just any doctor. The kind of doctor who specializes in examining the bodies of deceased people. Okay? So someone with a specialty in death investigation, a medical doctor, a forensic pathologist. Absolutely, without a doubt, she was dead when you called us. And for hours before that. What was going on in those hours before you called us?
She was in the bed. Deontay woke me up and said, babe. Because the night was good. She was breathing. If she wasn't
When was she
breathing,
breathing?
she was breathing. I had her in the tub. Because I had to
When?
wash her up.
When did you have her in the tub?
I had her in the tub after she boo-booed.
When was
I
that?
told her, she said, Mommy, can you lay me down? I'm sleepy. I'm tired.
When?
Sunday.
What time on Sunday?
I don't remember what time you just said my daughter is
How
dead.
long before you called us did the bath happen?
The bath wasn't that long.
So she was already dead when you gave her a bath?
Oh, she wasn't dead.
Yeah, Joanne. Yeah.
And I was alive, sitting up.
Well, that's
sitting
not,
up. The day
that's
before.
not what Deontay
These
told
kids on the
us.
surface getting from
What
these
is Deontay telling you?
moms.
Well, he tells us she's dead when you give her a bath.
On the surface.
She told you she was dead when
You
you
don't
gave her
want to
bath.
Did you guys decide together to
Please
bathe
take
her
fire
after
department
you knew
somewhere
she
and
was
give it
dead?
up.
Whose
You know,
idea
there's no
was it?
such babies to death like
Whose
this.
idea was it
They
to
don't
bathe
deserve
her?
Both of us. It was both of
You
ours.
decided together
My
to bathe
God.
Yes.
her? Okay.
And she was responsive.
She wasn't responsive.
She
No,
was
she was
responsive.
not.
She wasn't talking. She was just saying, Mommy, I was
Lying.
sleepy.
Dead kids don't say that. You're young. Okay, you're overwhelmed. Tell me when you started feeling like this.
I feel like what?
Like overwhelmed.
I've been feeling overwhelmed. I'm a young mother.
Okay.
I try my best.
Okay.
Deontay
Okay, that's
came
good you
along
admitted,
to
but you
try
ain't
to
to do
help
that.
out. I was a
You should've
single
gave the
mother
baby to somebody.
before Deontay.
Girl, I had 8 kids and felt overwhelmed, but I never harmed neither one of my children. I had 8 kids, okay? And I never thought about harming neither one of my children. So
You
you
know,
mean to tell me you
listen,
felt overwhelmed with one?
You don't have to play a game with me.
I'm not.
You don't have to stick to this lie.
I'm not
You
sticking
can-
to no lie.
Listen,
I'm not sticking to no
it's
lie.
okay.
It's okay.
It is.
I'm not sticking to no lie.
When Deontay came along, did things change with you and Anaya?
I told him she started acting weird
After when?
because I was single for so long.
Okay.
I told him that.
How did he react to having to have a 4-year-old involved with him everywhere you guys went?
Yeah,
Deontay,
Joanne, like, girl, she need to be quiet with that mess.
I don't know if he took initiative to be there just to be
She didn't
me
say that,
or
Miss
my
Hill.
daughter.
She said that.
And Haya did tell me before, I don't like noodles, but he never did
Oh
nothing.
yeah,
to harm her
she's
to
a
say that.
handful, baby.
Okay.
Definitely a handful. And then on top of it, I had a set of twins out them 8 kids. Come on, man. I had my kids back to back. When me and their father broke up, it was very overwhelming to me. Very. Get them up for school, try to go to work, like it was, but I never had in my mind to hurt my children. Never ever.
You knew she was dead when you called us.
Oh, I did not.
You did.
I
You
just
have
thought she
training in
wasn't.
early childhood education.
I just thought she wasn't responsive.
You have recent CPR training. We know.
I just thought she wasn't responsive. I didn't know my child was dead. I thought that it was something that the paramedics can do. I thought that it was something. No, hell no, I didn't think my daughter was dead. I just thought she wasn't responsive.
When was the last time you saw
that's
her
right,
responsive?
Auntie. Yeah.
In the tub.
How many hours before you called us did you have her in the tub?
She wasn't in the tub for so long. She wasn't in the tub that long.
How many hours before you called us was it?
It wasn't that long. She lay down for a little bit. Then I got her back up. And then I noticed she wasn't breathing. She just fell out.
You have one last opportunity, and I want you to understand, okay? You're not going home. You're being charged with this, okay? Your cooperation could go a long way. We're gonna charge you regardless. So withholding information from me
I'm
is
not
not gonna
holding
stop me from
information.
charging you, okay? You have an opportunity here to be honest with me. I'm not judging you, okay? I wanna understand what led to this. Help me understand.
I don't know. It could have been Deontay. And I not liking Deontay. I don't know.
Did that put you in a position where you felt resentful toward Anaya sometimes?
But she make resentful.
I don't know, you said that,
You said it could have been Deontay.
yeah. Anaya not liking him, what did that trigger?
He whooped my
Girl,
daughter
you need to
before.
just stop talking.
What?
He whooped her before.
He whipped her?
Okay.
How did that make you feel?
Uncomfortable because I never whooped Anaya.
Okay, and when he whipped her,
Exactly, Auntie Sherry. Exactly.
when was this?
My point. No emotions at all when the detective said that.
When you were at
None.
Harbor Crest? What did he use to whip her?
He used the belt.
He used the belt. How old was she at the time?
Poor.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable telling him not to discipline her that way? Were you afraid he would leave if you told him to stop?
Yes, no. He told me he knew.
I think you're ready to tell me how this happened.
Speak for her, Sierra.
What do you mean speak?
Just explain to me how this happened, because we know that you didn't fall off.
Anaya did fall. We heard a bump.
Okay. So he started whooping her when you guys were on Harbor Crest. How long?
Yes.
Is he still whooping her now?
He'd get angry.
What does he do when he gets angry?
He just grabbed her and put her in the bed.
But in the beginning, y'all can remember. You remember she told the people that he was lovely.
A couple
He
times.
loved her daughter. The
This
daughter
is
called him
recent.
daddy and all this stuff. But
He did
now
that request a couple of times.
she changed his story, y'all.
Because he does.
The way he whipped my child, I didn't like it.
And remember in the beginning, y'all, the detective asked her, did
I
he
didn't like it.
ever hit the baby? And she
He
said
said
no.
to get her to act,
Oh,
right,
Lord.
act better.
Exactly, Auntie.
Before I started dating Deontay, Anaya was a normal kid. Deontay came along. I just noticed a change in Anaya. She was acting weird. And the first time I let him whoop Anaya, he left some right here.
He left what?
It was a mark in the back of her. He left right there.
Yeah.
Sent her to her dad. Dad called 4 days later. Said something. My brother took the blame because he knew Mike probably would have flipped on Deontay. I told Deontay, you can't whip my child no more. And he was like, that's just a discipliner because she doesn't listen. He used to discipline her, putting her arms up. Something that I never did, because I know Anaya started acting weird.
I have a doll that we use to help with cases like these. I understand it's more of like an infant size than she is, but if I get it, can you show me what you're talking about? Do you know where it is, Boss? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take off her handcuffs so that when you bring it back in, she can show us. Okay. Listen, you're gonna relax, okay? I don't judge you. Okay? I need you to just relax. Are you okay?
My daughter's dead.
Okay. But I mean, you and I are working together right now. When did this happen where your brother, was it your twin brother?
No, it was my brother Eric.
Your brother who?
My brother Eric.
And he took the blame for injuries on Anaya? When was that?
This was a couple of months ago. He was in the store or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gave me the headache too, Miss L. Cause she's something else.
She gets mad when she don't get her way.
Okay.
Exactly, Joanne.
Anaya wasn't acting right, and then she went home from the store and she knocked everything over. And he whooped her.
And I agree with
And after he
Auntie
got done
Jerry.
whooping her, I noticed it was a
Absolutely.
little mark on her.
Yeah.
And I told him to stop.
Okay.
Because he told me that would probably make her act right. Never once held the build up to Anaya. Never once put my hand on Anaya.
But she lied in the beginning. She told them
And
people
I
that
noticed
man
Anaya noticed a change.
loved that
So
little
that
girl
didn't
and
do-
never hit that
he
little
did.
girl. That's what she said out her
But I
mouth.
felt like Deontay wasn't trying to be harmless. He was just telling me maybe she'll act right. Maybe she'll stop doing this. Did I feel afraid? Yes, I did. Because it's my daughter and I never once whooped her. And I know Anaya looked at me weird. Very weird. Because I never whooped my daughter. Never disciplined her. I was always calling out as her mother. I just never disciplined her.
Were you
I
in the
did.
store when Deontay whooped her?
He wasn't in the store. Wait till we got home.
Okay.
And I didn't like to speak to him. That made him mad.
Did you find it? Okay, you can bring it. You'll be fine. So we understand that Anaya is bigger than this, but you started to say something about
He whooped her.
putting her hands up? Okay. So where,
Beyonce brought it to my conclusion because I never did nothing with her.
okay, and this, okay, so the first whooping is which one?
Right here.
Okay, and where was Anaya?
We're back.
Sitting or standing when it
She was
happened?
standing.
Standing? Okay, go ahead.
She just had her arms and he was just whooping her. And he like this to get her to act right. And he had told her to go to the bed and she went to the bed.
Okay, was he holding her up off the ground while he was whooping her?
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't like he was holding her and she was on the ground. He was
No.
holding her up.
But she
so
was moving.
her feet weren't touching the ground. Okay. And he was whooping her with what?
A belt.
A belt. Okay.
His belt.
His own belt? Okay. And that was a couple months ago?
A couple of months ago.
Okay. And then which of your brothers took the blame for it?
Eric Johnson.
Eric? How old's Eric?
25.
Who did he tell that he did it?
He told her, Dad.
Is Mikhail or Michael, however it's pronounced, is he friends with Eric?
Used to hang, not too much, just a little bit.
What did you guys say to Eric to convince him to lie?
He didn't want to do it. He just didn't want Deontay to be in no trouble with my baby daddy. Because my baby daddy told me he didn't want him dude around my child.
Okay. So, did you guys have to make up that story after the dad, Michael, found the mark on Anaya?
Yeah. Michael, no, I never put my hands on my child. That's always weird towards him.
You ought to.
Is that when you started kind of limiting his visits in case Deontay whipped her again?
Or
So you
your
wouldn't
child
see her?
protector.
Was always
When the
busy.
father's not
He was
there,
always too
you don't
busy.
never allow another
And
man
when
to
he
come there
did
and
come,
your
and
child.
then when he did get Anaya, he barely kept
Nobody in the matter of that.
So it sounds like you've struggled as a single mom with a lot of help from Michael. Is that right?
He had 2 kids. And when I was with Michael Teron Garrett, I would have Anaya and I would have his son Zay. Michael was a music artist. He would be out doing his music.
So you're not only taking care of your child with Michael, you're taking care of his child that he has with another woman?
Mm-hmm. And when Anaya was in my stomach, I watched Isaiah for him. Michael was very focused on his music. He never had time for Anaya, neither his son. I was always stuck with Anaya.
That's difficult.
And
What?
before I had Anaya, her dad was putting his hands on me while I was pregnant with her.
But that still don't give you no right
Where did you guys live
to
then?
protect your child's life.
I was going through a lot with my parents, so we was at his friend's house.
Did you make a police report?
Police report for what?
For when he put his hands on you when you were pregnant with Anaya?
First time I did. No, I didn't.
You did not?
No.
Okay, so there's no report of that. Okay. You started to say something about Deontay putting her arms up? What is that about?
I didn't discipline her at all. I just talked to Anaya.
Exactly,
Deontay came to the
Joanne.
conclusion to put her
Exactly.
arms up like this. And I can see fear in her eyes that she hated it.
It
And
sounds
was
like to me
at
she
like,
resented
"Oh,
that
you
baby
never did
father
this with me."
and took it out on that daughter. That's
That
what it
was the way
sounds like to
that
me.
he told me to discipline her. And I felt like
How long was she made to hold her arms up like that?
until he told her to put them down.
All right, so can you stand up and show me what she was made to do? I'm not understanding fully. And where were her arms touching anything?
No.
She had to hold them up in the air?
Mhm.
Was she against the wall?
No.
Standing in the middle of the room?
Mhm.
And how did you know that her arms were getting tired?
She would do this.
Okay. Would her arms start to shake? You know how like when your muscles get
No,
tired?
she'd just keep putting them down.
Okay, and what would happen to her when she put her arms down?
I give her leeway. I just tell him to put her in bed.
What would he do when she put her arms down?
Maybe let her keep it up for a little bit more. She'll learn. I never started this. I never started. He also did a push-up position.
How long did he make her hold the push-up position?
Well, I didn't let him do it for long because I could tell her arms was getting tired.
Girl,
How could
this
you
is
tell her arms
nothing
were
but
getting tired?
abuse.
She was shaking.
And how recently was she made to go down in the push-up position?
Whenever he felt like she should.
It's March 12th. Did it happen this month, March
No.
of 2018? Did it happen in February of 2018?
No, I stopped it.
When did the arms up, putting her arms up as punishment, when was the last time she was made to do that?
Staying at Harbor Crest.
Staying at Harbor Crest? Okay, so you stayed there for 2 years, was it?
I was there for 2 years and it was like,
But he's only been there since July, you tell us, so. When's the last time she was made to put her arms up as punishment?
I don't remember.
Don't
I just
remember?
know
Girl, you
I
don't know
stopped it.
shit.
Because I know she didn't like it. And I felt like it wasn't going nowhere.
Okay. And when was the last time she was made to do a push-up? Or stay in the push-up position?
She
Yeah, she had resentment. She had resentment to that baby, Miss Hill, because of the father. And she took it out on that baby.
Was it more recently than you told me?
And then she allowed a boyfriend probably.
It's March
wasn't
right
at this
now. Was it
apartment.
this month?
I was in March, and it was in February.
Okay. What discipline has she been made to do since you guys have moved to Cultural
I
Gardens?
stopped it. I
discipline?
wasn't disciplined on Naya.
Stopped all discipline?
Yes. I didn't like it.
Okay, so besides putting the arms up,
Push-up position.
push-up position, striking her with the belt, what other forms of punishment were being used on Anaya?
That was it. Because I wasn't doing nothing.
Okay. I need you to explain to me. Look, open your eyes.
I wasn't disciplined her.
Okay, it's not you.
I
Okay.
wasn't disciplined my child.
Okay. Can you look at me?
I noticed it
Are
change.
you all right?
I noticed it change in my child when
Yeah.
you did come around.
Okay. Sierra, can you look at me? I don't know why you're avoiding looking at me, but I want you to understand that right now we're working together on this, okay? You're helping me understand what happened to Anaya, okay? Go ahead.
After Deontay whooped Anaya, he was whooping her really bad on her backside.
Okay.
First time he did it, she was really crying real bad, so that made me walk in the room and I told him to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe after that I let her dad see her or whatever. That's when her dad mentioned that. And I she's just trying to figure out what to say. My brother was like, you might as well just say I did it because he's going to come after Deontay. He just said, Eric was like, well, just tell Michael that I whooped her, so I did that. After that, I don't know what month it was, he whooped her again really bad.
How did you sit there and let a man's whooping
I
the
feel
car
like
in
she
your
started
house and you
prolonging
know
my
about
sweat.
it? Girl, you need to
After he
be
whooped
ashamed
her.
of yourself.
What is
And I
mean
noticed
by that?
she didn't want to walk.
Why?
As if
Where was
when-
her injury?
It was at Harbor Crest. And I
I
noticed
mean, on her body, where was she whooped?
You talking about something, he ripped her
He ripped her,
really
yeah,
bad. You
right here.
knew about it
They got
right
the
in the
better part.
house.
And I
And
noticed
didn't do shit.
Okay, so this isn't an anatomically correct doll, but if this was the waist and these were buttocks, is she getting whooped on her back or on her butt?
and on the legs part.
Oh, so on her back, butt, and legs?
No, leg part. And toward the
Okay.
front.
And on her front as well?
Mm-hmm.
On her torso, arms, or legs?
This part, because she was moving around.
Her legs? And what is she being struck with?
A belt.
A belt? Okay.
Man, my God.
So you were
And
trying
your
to
leg.
tell me about that. Tell me more about that.
After the whipping, Anaya stopped walking.
When was that? When did she stop walking?
I don't know what happened in Harbor Crest, and I noticed a more change in her when Deontay would come around. She would, as if she was scared of him, because I had this conversation with her. It's like if she was afraid of him. And I was just trying to hide it. Because I
I'd
like
be
Deontay
afraid
a
somebody to
lot.
beat the hell
So
out
I
of me.
I let it prolong, and I know I was wrong as a mother to let him with my child because I never did. And I just stopped walking, and I felt like she was walking. She could walk. She did it around me. When Deontay came around, it's like she was fake, like she was dead. She was fake, like as if she was scared of him.
Okay.
And he
You know,
noticed. He
that's sad
said,
as a
when
mother,
she's
you sit
around you,
there,
she act different. She
tell
doesn't
them to
speak to
take her
him.
some shit like
She told me
that.
several times she
That's
didn't like
sad of
it.
you. And you knew this was happening to your daughter. You
This
be
mark on her
ashamed of
leg
yourself.
here, like
And
we'll
I hope
see
you get
these
the same
burns,
treatment
which
in
we'll get to
jail.
later, but do you know what caused this mark here? Because you're talking about being whooped on her legs, and I'm just wondering if this mark here was caused by one of those whoopings.
Absolutely, she
If
did,
you know.
Auntie Lynn.
Have you seen marks like this on her after a whooping?
No, I never whooped Anaya.
But you're saying you saw
You never
Deontay
would
whooping
you
her.
allow a man that
And
wasn't
then
her
and that
father
it
to
hit her in the legs and back and torso everywhere. Did you ever
And
see
yeah, other
marks?
man was
Did
never
that
allowed to touch
cause
my
injury?
kids, not even be
I
around
really
them.
just thought that came
When I
from
broke up with their father, I ain't play that shit.
the body wash.
Okay. But I mean, there
But I
obviously
know-
was visible injury at some point because you got a mark
left.
that you know about. Go ahead.
I'm trying to take up because he might do it. I might as well spill the beans.
Yeah, don't take up.
Anaya, he noticed Anaya started acting very weird.
I know he didn't know, so
I
I
let
beat
him
the hell out
whoop.
of that baby.
She wasn't a bad child. She
You keep
did.
saying she wasn't a bad child, then why was she beating her like that then?
She didn't listen. When Anaya didn't get her way, she did throw tantrums or whatever.
Yeah.
Deontay figured to get her act right to whoop her. So when he whooped her, I walked out the room.
And you walked out the room while another man was beating your baby.
He stopped. And Anaya acted like she couldn't walk.
Ooh, I'll be glad
So when he
her
whooped her again, she walked or whatever. And then days after that, Anaya just started. I guess Anaya wasn't used to the whoopings or the discipline or whatever. Anaya just told me, I don't like noodles, mommy. I don't like noodles. I looked past it because she was a kid. I felt like Anaya prolonged. It happened to her first. I feel like she prolonged not to walk and to act different or towards us because of the discipline, the whooping. After that one belt thing, when he whooped her, it was marks left. We argued because I never left a bruise on my child. And I just felt like it was fear in Anaya. I felt like she was scared of Deontay is what I told him. I felt like my child was scared of him. So her being scared, when he came around, she prolonged not to speak to him. She just acted different. Like the one day I had Anaya doing her homework. She's very smart. She was doing it when Deontay walked in. She just acted like she was retarded, like she didn't want to do it. As if she's just afraid to do stuff around Deontay.
That's the problem. You knew all of this stuff and didn't do nothing.
Prolong it to the reason why she's acting like that. Week or two, did her like this and shook her and said maybe she'd start walking. I said,
This happened just recently?
yes, about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I stood back. I tapped him. I'm like, baby, don't. She can call a seizure. He said, baby, maybe she'll get back to walking. Maybe she'll get back to acting right. I said, no, baby, it's going to scare her more. And I could have stopped it as a mother, but I was just so busy listening to Deontay.
Okay.
And y'all called each other baby. Man, please.
My brothers noticed the change in the night, too. She started acting weird when Deontay came around. I didn't notice.
Yeah, she is, Miss Hill.
She was acting herself. And like I told him,
This the only one I seen. I gotta do the stepfather and the other interview when they go to court. I'm gonna do that
So you
Monday.
just showed me how he picked her up by her feet, turned her upside down and shook her.
He told me it will make it better.
It'll make what better?
I gotta listen to the other one over the weekend.
Heard
She
that
wasn't walking or talking anymore?
after he whooped her, she prolonged not to walk. And I let it happen.
Yeah, you did. The one with the stepfather, I seen half of it, but it's too long for the dad.
So,
Kid, I'll be up here at 6 o'clock.
a couple weeks ago you saw him, you're right?
Said he
A couple weeks ago you saw him turn her upside down, okay,
was in my new apartment.
in a new apartment. And you said that at that time
She was just
she
whining.
wasn't
She wasn't
walking and
walking.
talking.
She stopped walking when he started whooping her.
Okay.
I wasn't putting her arms
Yeah, I
up.
seen a little bit of his.
I wasn't putting her in pusher position.
Mama
I never
dudes, I seen
whooped
a little
him.
bit of his.
And I felt like Anaya was looking at me like my mama never did this stuff. Maybe if I prolong to do this, he won't do nothing. And it didn't work.
Got
She
it ready
still
for
didn't
Monday.
walk. And I
He-
felt like she was afraid.
Did he make you discipline her to show him that you would discipline her, or how did that go?
What you mean?
Like, were you refusing to discipline your own daughter?
Only thing I did was put her in timeout, told her no.
Okay.
I never believed in. I mean, I believe in discipline, but I never believed in discipline of a child. if that
Like
makes
you let
sense.
him take total control over
He
your
never had me
child.
to deny
That's
she
what you
wasn't
did.
that child at all. She would be a normal child. A lot of kids don't listen.
You're right, a lot of kids don't listen. They ain't gotta
I
be
know
like
my daughter
that.
started acting weird when he came around.
Okay.
when the whooping and stuff start happening, when a child see a difference, they act weird.
Okay.
And he said the same thing. I could have stopped it.
You could have
Like I told him,
Yeah.
she would still be walking to this day.
Who'd
She
you
would
tell-
still be alive to this day.
Who'd you tell that to?
Him,
Who's him?
Deontay.
You told him if you
I
would
felt
put a
like
stop
if-
to it, she'd still be
I feel
alive?
like if I never put her in push-up position, I really felt like the belt whooping really did it.
Yeah.
It was a real whoop.
Yeah.
And she prolonged it. She wasn't used to getting disciplined by me. I never disciplined her.
Did you discipline her because Deontay told you to, or?
I just did it because he did it.
It make him feel good.
I just,
A good woman.
I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know. I just did it because he did it. I watched him walk. And I said, don't do her like that. And I played her, and placed her back on the bed. Baby, she ain't gonna never start walking. I said, baby, she stopped walking when you start whooping her. Her father got pissed off when he saw the mark. I'm like, no, I know people see a difference because I never left the mark. I know people know something was going on. I always had my child around my people. It was a change when I started dating him. His discipline wasn't like my discipline. And it was my fault because I let him do it because that was my child. But I'm young, I'm dating. I'm making up lies because he's my dude.
I'm glad you're starting to understand.
You know, where in the
what it
world I'm gonna
is
let a man
and
beat
not
my
listening
child
in
like
here,
this?
knowing you're telling me a lie.
My child? No.
I need to
way.
understand.
No way.
You said a couple weeks ago he started with the turning her upside down and shaking her.
No way.
Right?
And I knew it would lead to a seizure or whatever.
A brain injury.
I never disciplined Anaya. She was getting just everything that she wanted. And he felt like that could have been the reason why she don't speak to him, or she just do certain stuff that a kid would do.
That don't even sound like she was getting everything she wanted. That's the reason why he didn't speak.
Not
to her.
listen sometimes, throw attention to
That ain't her
not
daddy.
really speak. But he was the first person that she never spoke to though.
Yeah.
I
It
knew-
sounds like you was trying to
No,
make
right
that
here,
baby have a
I knew
relationship with that
It was a
man.
change when I dated him.
Yeah.
But I lied because I was dating Deontay. I like Deontay.
Sure.
So I took it. And I know it's a lot of mothers that take stuff, when people do stuff to their kids, they just lie and bypass it.
Sure.
Oh, he ain't do it. I'll let him do it. He looked at me crazy. Baby, she started walking. She stopped walking when he whooped her.
Yeah.
She looked at me. Mommy, you don't do this. And I don't. Her father,
She looked at you,
everybody
she
knew
wanted
it
you to
was
protect
something.
her.
Yeah.
I hid it.
Were members of your family asking you, telling you to stop, or what were they saying to you?
I mean, I hang out with my twin brother Azza a lot.
Yeah. What did he say?
But he don't like noodles.
But what did
He
he
was
say about
cool with him.
Naya's?
Bruce, he told Noodles, don't touch my kidneys. My brother Eric was ready to fight him.
Excuse me.
I knew it. Like I told him, I could have fucking, excuse me, I could, in my right hand of God, I could have stopped it, but I didn't.
That's something you said as a mother, girl.
I'm not afraid of Deontay, but don't tell him I'm afraid, but
Yeah.
I got abused by my baby daddy, so I'm afraid of man.
And you love him. You're afraid to leave if you, right?
I was like scared of Deontay, and I let him do it. And my brother knew something was up.
Well, at least two of your brothers, right? Eric and your twin, Isaiah.
My daughter's dead because of him.
You a
She could've
liar.
prolonged
You a
it because,
liar.
oh, he whooped
Both of
me.
y'all was unfit.
Kids can kill
Your
themselves.
daughter looked at you
because
as
of
her
what's going
protector,
on.
and
You know what I
you
mean?
felt her in another man's
And Hannah was
hands.
so smart. I felt in my heart she prolonged to do this because of the discipline she was getting from him. Miss, I knew this was wrong. I knew the shaking was wrong.
Okay.
You did it about twice. I knew that was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I knew when we gave her a bath, when we placed her in the tub, hey, is she okay? Is she okay? And I would stand over her and I'd be like, Deontay, chill, just be chill. No, she faking. And you know, I thought she was faking too, which I believe she was because she was scared.
This morning, I mean Sunday, before you called us.
I felt like Anaya prolonged. The kids can kill themselves because of what they're going through at home is what I'm trying to say to you.
You think that she was so terrified that she put herself into a state that caused her death?
Yes.
You think she was that scared?
Yes, I know. Shaking could have caused it. She's little.
I need to understand.
Anaya stopped walking at Harper Crest after her whooping.
Yeah, she's
He
a
whooped
big
her
girl.
very
She
fucking
got one-
hard, and I was scared for my own child's life. When I heard her cry,
Should've
I
called the
came into the
police.
room and I said, baby, you need to chill. When I saw the mark on her, I knew her dad was going to say something. I still gave her to Mike. 4 days later, he called me, cussing me out. I'm in the truck with noodles. I was like, I knew he was going to do this. Baby's not a big mark. I mean, I felt like it wasn't a big mark either, but still, I didn't like the way he was whooping her, and I let him. He came to the conclusion that he put her arms up, put the position. I know she didn't like it. I knew she didn't like it, and I still let it go on.
Girl, you a sorry bitch.
I'm afraid of men. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very afraid of men. I used to get abused when I was a kid, so I was always scared. But I don't like to show no fear of scaredness in front of people. Mm-hmm. My baby, I felt like she prolonged her death because of him, because of a whooping. And I swear to fucking God can come down here right now. Because anybody know I did my job as a mother. He choked her once in Harper Crest.
He choked her.
He choked her once in Harper Crest.
Can you show me with the doll how he did that?
And I let him. My dumb
Oh
ass.
my God.
He just did like this and he told her to act right. And I can see it in her face.
This is sad.
For a child not to really get whooped isn't something. It's very something new to them. Miss, I could have prevented from her death. I could have prevented from her death. I could have prevented. I know, and you're prolonged to do this. I know she prolonged to do this because she was scared. I didn't think she was gonna die. I knew as a mother she prolonged to do this because she was scared of Deontay. Told Deontay, I said, my daughter's afraid. I feel like Anaya did something. I don't know what she did, but I feel like she led it to this point. She didn't want herself to eat. She stopped walking because she was afraid. I knew it. She was normal with me. She was normal. You could see my face. Like, I just pictured that night. It was normal. I got into a relationship with my daughter started acting weird.
When did she stop eating?
She was eating, but she was eating very, very slow.
When did her eating habits change from a normal, healthy eating habit to this
I realized it.
bad eating
I
habits?
realized it when
When
we
did
was
you
in Harbor
realize it?
Crest.
Okay. Did you take her to the doctor then when you noticed the weight loss back on Harbor Crest?
No, because there was no concerns. She was eating, but it's as if I'm Anaya, as if she's thinking in her head. Mm-hmm. Mommy let this man put his hands on me. My mama don't whip me. My mama don't do this. I'm gonna prolong to do something because I'm sick of it.
Like
I quit
she
work.
planned?
I don't work again. I quit my job. Stay home with my child.
When did you quit at Ready Set Go?
I quit about 3 weeks ago because Naya wasn't walking, and I knew if I kept on walking in the daycare,
Yeah.
they would have looked at me like, why are you carrying a 4-year-old? I carried her and get ready to that girl for 3 or 4 days. I said, Deontay, I can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
I told Deontay, he said the baby would get better. Her walk prolonged. After that walk, it prolonged. She prolonged.
He gave her
She
so much
continued not
power.
walking as
So
well.
He gave him so much power over that baby. it was hard from that man to stop abusing
So I
that
said
baby
when I get my
until it
taxes,
took that
I'm
baby
gonna pay my
life.
rent up so I can stay home with her. Cause I didn't want her to be in nobody else's care but my care.
Okay.
I let this fucking happen. My daughter is dead right now. But I let this happen. I couldn't prevent it, but I did. She was afraid. She always told me she didn't like noodles. She told my brother I don't like noodles. Yeah, people gonna cuss me out. You should have listened to her, but I liked the Beyonce and I just listened to him. She, best believe, she just started acting weird after a whooping. He did it twice. He shook her. He choked her on harbor crust. And he told her to act right.
So he's lifting her up by her neck off the ground.
Yes, he made her hold a chair.
He made her hold a chair. Can you show me how he made her hold the chair?
He made her hold a chair like this.
What kind of a chair are we talking
A
about?
chair in my house. And a regular chair.
Is it a child-sized chair or a regular chair? Is it in those pictures?
It's an infant chair. It should
He
be.
gave a man power over her
And he
daughter.
told me
How can I believe this little bitch?
let her hold books. And I told him no. I felt like towards Beyonce I was
And
being
ended
soft
her
on her.
daughter's life.
You thought you were being soft on her?
Mm-hmm. That's
Why?
what they
Because
said.
you let him convince you that this is the kind of beating she
Thank you,
needed?
Joanne.
This is the only child's chair I see in the pictures.
It was this one. He made her
That
hold-
one?
Or
Do you know which chair it is? Oh, there's another fold-out chair. Is it
no,
this chair or
it's her
this chair?
It was her chair.
This one that's
chair.
under the princess
He
table?
made her hold it like because when we was in the living room.
Okay, we have... Okay. Did the chair ever hit her or fall on her?
No.
Okay, mom, dude. But I know she lying, though. I know she lying.
He made her hold it.
Alright. Can you
Be
circle
honest with you,
the chair
I'll be
in the
both gonna beat
photo?
that baby to death.
Just write in the
Both
margin
wrong.
or somewhere up here that this is the chair that she was made to hold as punishment or whatever in your own words. Can you write that for me?
Yeah, who knows? She probably did the most. I could never do a child like that. I don't care if it's not my child. I could never put in my heart to treat a child like that.
I
Never.
Could have stopped it. I could have stopped it.
Listen,
I could have stopped it, but I didn't. I literally looked, she was acting
Oh,
like
baby,
this.
not me. Mm-mm.
so you wrote here, my dude made child hold chair, and you're talking about
Deontay.
Deontay having made Anaya hold this chair. How long did he make her hold up for discipline? How long did he make her hold it up?
I made him stop after a while because
Did she
I
drop the
wasn't-
chair from exhaustion? Did it fall on
No.
her?
it wasn't a heavy chair, but still made her stop. I wasn't used to the discipline.
So we have her. I was just wondering if maybe the chair falling on her is what caused this injury.
No, this happened at Harbor Crest.
The eye injury
When
happened
he-
at Harbor Crest?
No, her holding up the chair.
Oh,
And when he
okay.
did place her in the tub, it wasn't gentle.
Right.
Every time he would do something, I'd just go in there and run. He'd be like, baby, she's okay, she's good, she's faking. And I'd be like, if she is faking, you can't do no harm or damage towards her. I hear a boom or two, and he'd just,
Was the tub empty when he was throwing her in it?
yeah, then he'd put the water. He'd just,
Okay.
baby, I'm not doing nothing, baby, I'm not doing nothing.
What were you showing me? What he? Show me that again. This is him picking up Anaya.
He'd just place her in the tub. And I hear like a little bam or a boom, and I just walk in there. And I just look over him in fear, like this is nothing that I never done.
He's putting her in an empty tub, and you're saying not gently. Okay. Do you remember? I know you remember it. I know you haven't wanted to talk about it, but I think it's time. How her left eye got injured? Can you tell me about that?
I just thought it came off when he placed her in the tub and just put her down in the tub.
And that happened when?
I mean, every time he would grab her out the bed.
Oh, that was routinely how he carried her around the house? That's okay, don't worry about that.
Place her down and say, baby, I'm not harming her. And I'll be like, I know you're not trying to. Just to get her act right, basically.
I'm just lost for words, y'all. I don't
And
even
after it prolonged for so long,
I'm just gonna let the video.
I felt like Naya's gonna prolong it for so long, because if she felt like she walked, it's gonna happen again.
So she like was playing dead, you think, to avoid being hurt by?
Just playing like she was hurt,
Yeah.
because she wasn't used to the whoopings and the discipline. So she would prolong her to be hurt.
When did she stop talking?
It's not that she stopped talking, she would talk, but she wouldn't say a full conversation. She wouldn't talk unless you said something to her. As if she was just thinking. As if she was just sitting there thinking. To plan to
My God.
not be here. And I knew
You
it.
think she wished herself dead because she was in so much pain and fear?
Yeah.
You do?
I knew it was good. The way she was acting,
Yeah.
I wanted to just be like, Deontay, just stop. It's not working. Just be normal. But I didn't say nothing. And I don't know why I didn't say nothing. I guess I just said nothing because I know Deontay was my dude. But I know people will look at me weird, like, you're the mother.
Yeah.
I'm young. She's my first child.
Okay.
I could have stopped it.
You could have stopped it.
I could have stopped the whooping. I feel
Could
like
have
she.
brought her here. We could have got you some help.
I told him.
You could have been honest when Children and Family Services called you, right? What did you
told
make
him.
up when they contacted you in May? What kind of stories were you making up? You alright?
She didn't have no bruises on her.
She didn't have any bruises?
No.
Well,
That's
she,
the reason why the lady left.
okay. She had something on the right side of her head and ear, swollen with dried blood on it back in May, so there definitely was a mark.
That was when we went to the park.
Okay, well
She was
that's
running.
not what you said, that back in May.
Children from Service came out twice.
Yeah. Besides May, what other time did they come out?
They came on recently because I felt like my baby daddy was mad that I placed the 5-year restraining order, so he called 696 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And when she came out, everything was good. She checked my refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I felt like they really came out is because the mark that Deontay had left. Because that's what Michael had mentioned.
Okay, so you're talking about a time that's more recent than May. I was originally talking about back in May of 2017.
Back in May, 696 was called because Anaya had a scratch in her head that I wasn't even aware of.
Okay.
And she had something right here in her head that came from when we was at the park and she fell. She had on sandals.
Okay. So you were showing me, right now we know that Anaya has a terrible bruised, swollen shut eye with a laceration right here on the
I know
brow.
these noodles with
So show me how that injury happened. Picked her up out of the bed by her foot.
either he'd grab her like this
Okay.
or either he would do this.
What did she strike her head on when she got this
When
injury
he
here?
did it, when
Yeah.
he got her out the tub, I mean, when he placed her in the tub,
Yeah.
I noticed I wasn't in a bathroom at the time, but I'd be
Okay.
on the couch and I just hear boom.
Yeah.
Or I see him carrying her out the room like this and he'd just place her real hard. He'd just place her real hard. I'm like, babe, you gotta be gentle. You gotta be gentle. I did notice some right here, but I didn't feel like it was gonna get big.
Okay.
But that was basically the routine that he would do. He would just grab her out the bed, or he would do this, or if she's not really responding, he'd just do this, and I'd just be standing there, and I'd be like, babe, stop, because it can cause a seizure. Baby, maybe she had started to walk, and maybe she started doing that. I said, I know Anaya's not gonna start to work walking because she doesn't like what's being done.
Yeah. So you're saying that this injury that she has on her head right now is caused by him picking her up by the foot or arm and dropping her into the empty bathtub?
Just placing her in the bathtub.
Okay. And you said he doesn't do that gently. Would you be willing to show me with the doll how forcefully do you think Anaya's head hit the tub when this injury happened? Don't hesitate to show me what it really was like, how much force was being
When
used.
you do place her in the tub, it's just you just place her in the tub like that. And every time I would come in and say something, I'm like, babe, just stop. Or when I place Anaya in the tub, I place Anaya like this, gentle.
Okay.
I felt like in noodle ice, like I was being as if I be sweet to her, she's not gonna listen. And it just happened so weird. After that whooping, it just seemed like everything changed. I feel like the 696 came out because of that.
Well, we're gonna go over some history with Children and Family Services, okay? Because, yes, they've been out a couple times since Deontay's been
Yes,
in the picture,
Denise.
right?
I had to shut up for a minute. 'Cause I couldn't take no
And have
more.
you
I
ever been
can't
honest
take a
with
nap.
them when they've been investigating about
You know, it just became too much on my brain.
how the injuries have occurred?
Like, seriously. I gotta brace
She
myself for
came
Monday.
out to the door.
I just
She just
went
said,
silent.
Anaya's been hit like a man or whatever. And I said, no, she's not. Into my head, I knew my baby daddy caught because we already had this talk about
Yeah, Miss
this.
Bell, I don't think
because
I'll
he
be
had
one
sent
of
the
these guys.
picture to my
No.
phone.
Sure.
And immediately when we was in the car, my brother Eric was like, I just take the blame. And my dude, that's when he started apologizing to me. And I'm like, baby, you gotta be gentle with her. You gotta be gentle with
Yes,
her.
Miss
I'm like, I don't whoop
Yeah,
Anaya,
fake
and
crying.
people
Yup.
know I don't whoop her with a belt. So
Fake
it's gonna look
crying.
suspicious. When my brother found out that Noodles did do it, he was ready to fight him, and I stopped him.
Which brother was ready to
Eric,
Okay.
I literally just said a few words to him.
I thank y'all for sticking with me. It's a long one. I didn't know it was so long.
Before we go on,
And normally when I have long ones like this, I can't do a part two. This one,
the
too
the
long.
marks
It's
on
like
her
4
legs.
o'clock.
Sierra had a lot of experience. You know, I know they're not Johnson & Johnson. Are you ready to tell me what they are? You're doing good. You can tell me.
I just used Johnson. I don't know where it could have came from. I don't know if it could have came from her or not.
She got
wanting
burned with something. Would you?
No,
are you going to be honest with me about?
She didn't get burned. I feel like it came from her not eating as much, or I don't know. She could have been stressing.
What did it look like before it was that open raw red wound?
I thought she had like an allergic reaction. I assume, I'm like, maybe it's something I washed her up with. I assume that.
Okay, so you're not
But
ready
he
to tell me
went-
about that.
I really don't know where the marks came from. She shower cold water.
She showers in cold water?
He would tell me to turn the cold water on,
So you'd put
Maybe
the cold
that-
water on and put her in the shower like that?
and I felt like it could have been that, but then he said it couldn't.
Yeah.
He was just running on her
Yeah,
legs.
I know.
Lord, that baby was
I don't-
pushed.
He would run the cold
Lord,
water
have
on her
mercy,
legs?
Jesus.
Yeah, for like 5 or 10 minutes and just be like, maybe she'll stop acting right.
Oh,
And she,
well, you know, I guess a cold water can cause something like a frostbite. Do you think is that when the marks started showing up after exposing her to the really
put
cold
cold
water?
water on her.
How long of a period of time did you say the water was running cold on her?
Like 10 minutes.
And when
He
was
said that
the
will probably wake her up.
10 minutes? Okay. And
That
when
will
was
probably make her walk.
Lord,
okay? So if he's
Jesus.
trying to wake her up and make her walk, this is recent, right? This is at Cultural Gardens. Yeah.
You just start putting.
Did the
cold.
skin blister first before
No.
it peeled off?
I noticed when I got out the tub,
Yeah.
Oh,
her
Lord.
skin was peeling. And I said,
God is
do you
getting me
think
through
it's because
this
of the water,
video.
cold
y'all,
water
for
that had
real.
been on her leg? He was like, no, it couldn't come from that. I said, that's the only thing that I can think of. Because it was running on for like 10 minutes. And it's cold water.
Would he put her in the tub empty and tell you to turn on the cold water?
He just turned it on.
Was she with her clothes on, or was she naked?
She didn't have no clothes on.
So she'd be standing naked in the tub?
He just told me that that probably would work.
That would work to do what?
Make her start back to walking.
Oh, okay.
And I knew it wasn't. I just knew in my heart at night it was going to prolong not to walk. And then after a minute, she started taking the cold water.
What do you mean taking it?
As he would just let it run on her,
She got numb to it, you think?
she
Stopped
was,
reacting to it?
she basically started reacting to it and just started getting used to it. Like she didn't let it bother her.
Okay. Did that make him mad because she wasn't?
And when I would put the cold water back on warm or whatever, or in between, is as if I was being soft, basically.
And did
So
you?
I stopped it.
Okay, so you stopped. You didn't want him to think you were soft.
I didn't want my daughter to think that I was doing nothing to abuse her because I never did that. He was just trying to get her ways back to walk, and I told him, you led it to this point. I told him. Told him a couple of days, I'm like, you led it to this point. I said, Anaya has never acted like this until you start coming around. And so I just let you whoop her. She start acting
So looking,
fucking weird.
yeah. So looking back on the last couple days, I know when you came in here, you said you were lying for your man and whatever. So you're being more honest with me now. But I'm wondering, when is the first time that you realized that Anaya was dead? Be honest.
I didn't know. I just thought she stopped breathing.
Okay. When was the first time? Was it Saturday night?
No, it was Sunday. It was Sunday.
What
It
time
was Sunday. It was in the bed.
What time? Morning?
I called you guys around like 4ish,
I think, yes, closer to 4.
and I realized it around like 2.
So you realized a couple hours before you called us that
And
she
I would
was...
just look at her stomach, and I'm like, baby, is she breathing?
Yeah.
Is she breathing? And I see her eye open. He told me that her eye moved, and I didn't see it move. He was like, baby, I saw her eye move.
Yeah.
She's alive. She's prolonged it to fake. I was very concerned. I'm like, Anaya's not breathing. Because I kept going back and forth into the room to
And why
check on
didn't
her.
anybody call 911 when you first realized she wasn't breathing?
Because we just thought she was breathing. And I noticed she wasn't. She's bony.
You noticed what?
She's bony.
Bony.
And I noticed when I was looking at her stomach, I'm like, is she breathing? I thought she was, but then I knew I was wrong. And when I was touching her, she wasn't a normal. She wasn't a normal. Like a normal. She was cold, basically.
She was cold.
She wasn't warm.
Yeah. When did you notice that she was stiff?
When we woke her up, try to wake her up.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong with my heart.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning. I couldn't sleep. I left my job. I was stressed when I left my job.
Yeah.
I said, Deontay, this is not your child. You can leave whenever you want to, and this can be on me, and you was the cause of it, is what I told him.
Yeah.
And he said, baby, I'm not going to leave you because I know I was the cause of it. He was like, I should have thought. I should never whooped her. I should never did this, because that's when she started prolonging it.
Okay.
I was basically just listening to him. Because I thought It ain't no thought. I knew he wasn't gonna be right. I just let him do it.
You just let him do it.
And she looked at me as if she knew she just looked at me as if, Mommy, you don't do this to me. And I let him.
You think that sound
And I
cool?
knew she started acting weird after the way he whooped her was hard. She never spoke to him. She would just talk to me and he'd be like, she don't want to speak. I'm like, no, she don't like what you're doing. And I still let her prolong. I could have stopped the shaking. I could have stopped the way he picked her up. I knew when Naya was looking at me totally different. She's 4, but she's very smart.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a timeline with you because I know what you've told me so far. I know you came in here trying to tell a story and you've been honest. You said that that wasn't accurate, okay? So I'm gonna go back. Did you guys really go to Red Lobster on Thursday?
No.
Nobody went to Red Lobster?
He was trying to think of something.
Okay.
And I knew I should have brought her to the hospital when she was losing weight. I knew that.
Yeah.
I do CPR.
Yeah.
I knew I should have took her to the hospital.
Yeah. You should have.
Before, when she stopped walking, I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because when he whooped her, it was red marks
On her legs?
on her legs.
Okay. All right. So let's just go back a few days and let me get out my calendar here. Okay. We're at the 12th now and it's Sunday. I'm sorry, it's Monday, the 12th, okay? Okay, so we're just gonna go backwards, okay? Sunday, the 11th. Saturday, the 10th. Friday, the 9th. Thursday, the 8th. We'll go back a whole week, okay? Wednesday, 7th. Could have stopped. You're repeating that. Okay, we'll go all the way back to last Monday, which was March 5th. Okay, we're in March 2018. Okay. Today's Monday, and you're here, right? You're at EPD, okay? So let's go back to Sunday the 11th, okay? You call us, you said you think at about 4 p.m., right? So we'll put that kind of right here. In military time, it's 1,600 hours, okay? So what happened in the hours before 4 p.m. on Sunday?
We was just laying down on the couch or whatever. But even the day before that, he'd just be like, baby, you can sleep. I said, how can a mother sleep knowing her child is not really her child? It's not, you know what I mean? It's not really acting herself. I couldn't sleep. I always woke up early in the morning, playing music, just thinking.
Is she basically lifeless in the bed while you're
we'd try to, before she prolonged it not to really eat whatever, she'd sit up, she would watch TV, and her arm would be like this.
Her arm would be like that?
It would just be like that.
What's it like that for?
I don't know if she was faking it.
Was she holding her arm as if it was hurt?
It was like this. And then when we put her in the bed, she'd go back to normal. So he'd just be like, she's faking. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe she's faking. I never dealt with this with Anaya.
Okay.
I just tried to do stuff. I tried to do stuff to make her go back to her normal self. Brought her shoes, try to give her candy, pop or whatever, to see it, because kids like candy or whatever.
Yeah.
It didn't help.
Didn't help. Okay.
She still prolonged to not be active. She prolonged it not to be a kid. To not be doing normal stuff.
And is
not talk.
Is that why the mattress smells like urine? Did she just lay in the bed and pee in it, not wanting to get up, not wanting to move?
She really didn't go to the bathroom. she stopped saying she had normally, and I would normally go to the bathroom. She stopped going to the bathroom when I started dating Deontay.
You mean she stopped using the toilet?
She stopped using the toilet.
Okay.
She would start peeing on herself.
The baby was nervous. She was afraid of him, jackass.
Normal.
Sure.
So I just wiped the bed up,
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad this is over. I'm so
give her a
glad.
bath, wash her hair, bathe her basically. I will make sure she's fed.
Mm-hmm. So going back to Sunday yesterday, which is when you called us. So earlier you said you were sleepless, laying on the couch, knowing your child is not eating or walking. Okay. So that's sometime before 4. But at what time was it when you first knew that she was
When I got
dead?
up to
What
check
time
on her,
did you get up?
and he was still laying there.
And he was still what?
Laying there. And I said, I don't think she's breathing.
What time was that?
I got up. I believe I got up early. Checking. I noticed she was just laying in the bed.
Early?
And I'm like,
Is the sun up already?
it was wrong. Like, it was early. Because I couldn't sleep and I got up.
6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. How early is early for you?
I'm like 9.
9 a.m. Okay.
And when I got up, he was like, baby, you can't sleep. And I'm like, how can you sleep knowing you had to leave your job because your daughter was acting weird and you didn't want nobody to notice how weird she was acting? Going normal to weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there to check on her because I just didn't feel right. I didn't feel like something was right.
Right.
So when I went in the room, I just noticed the way you had it, the way she was in the picture, the way she was laying.
Yeah.
And I did this, and I'm like, baby, I'm not for sure if she's breathing or not. I did this, and I thought I felt some air.
Okay.
And he was just like, well, I saw her because we walked into the kitchen. He was like, I saw her blink. I'm like, she didn't blink with me. She just had that one eye open.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong. That's why I couldn't eat my Chipotle. I couldn't do nothing because I know something was wrong with my child.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm gonna have to call the police because she's not breathing. What can I do?
Yeah.
So when we noticed she wasn't breathing, she did smell weird, like piss or whatever. Put her in the tub,
Mm-hmm.
washed her up.
Yeah.
I washed her up. Took her out the tub, put a pull-up on her, put her socks and pants and stuff on.
Yeah.
I'm like, baby, I'm gonna try to do CPR. I started doing this and I just, that's all I kept hearing. Took her, laid her on the couch.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll hold her. I'm like, no, I'll hold her. I carried her for 9.5 months. I tried to put mouth to mouth and it still wasn't working. And I knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
You do something like that, normally somebody would come back. And I prolonged to try to do it. I said, baby, we got to call an ambulance. There's nothing that we can do. When I called, she led me through the same stuff that I did.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew she wasn't. I was like, I knew it in my heart.
You knew she was dead. And you've known it since 9 in the morning.
I kept doing this. I thought I felt air come through.
Okay.
I'm like, maybe she just, I'm like, maybe she just sick, maybe she just went later. But I'm like, baby, I know something is wrong. I knew it because the way she looked and the way this was.
All right. So on Sunday, the 11th, it's
I
about
basically left work.
9 a.m. and you find her unresponsive, right?
Yes.
How long after you found her unresponsive did you bathe her?
I didn't even bathe her for too long because I knew I had to call the paramedics.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
So did you put her back in the bed after finding her at 9 a.m. and that's
put her
when
on
you
the
had
kitchen floor.
you put her on the kitchen floor?
That's when I started getting her clothes and stuff. And I'm like, babe, we got to take her to the hospital. Something is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I said the word. I'm like, she's dead. I knew she was. That's when I took her to the couch.
Exactly, Auntie Lane. Like, make
He
it
looked
make
scared.
sense.
His eyes looked red, and I was panicking. I couldn't breathe when I was in the house. I said, baby, you led it to this point, and I was afraid.
Sid's been thinking about getting dentures for a while now, but how does he know they'll look and feel right
Uncle
and
D
with an
almost done,
affordable...
y'all. That's why.
She's dead. I knew she was. That's when I took her to the couch. He looked scared. His eyes looked red, and I was panicking. I couldn't breathe when I was in the house. I said, baby, you led it to this point, and I was afraid. I knew she was afraid because she told me several times she didn't like them.
Okay, so on Sunday the 11th, 9 a.m., you find her unresponsive. You then bathe her and clothe her. You spoke with Deontay about the injuries, right? How long did you guys take to decide who was going to call 911 and how you were going to do that?
I kept saying we needed to take her to the hospital when I knew she wasn't walking. But in his eyesight, she was fake. And I said maybe she is because of the whooping. The putting up.
How can a 4-year-old keep being faking all
I
that
felt
many
like she stopped
times?
walking because she didn't want to do
All
none of
that
the
many
stuff.
times, a 4-year-old gonna be faking. Huh.
Okay. All right, so find her unresponsive in the morning, bathe and clothe her. You spoke with Deontay. You said we need to take her to the hospital. He said she's faking. Right?
I've been said take her to the hospital when she wasn't walking. I really thought something was wrong. And then I told him, I said, after you whooped her,
The baby lost all her ability. She wasn't talking. She
And he
wasn't
came up,
walking. She
push your
wasn't
position,
eating. She wasn't
hold your
standing.
hands.
She lost all her ability to her mobility to her body. She lost it all.
What was her behavior like on Saturday, the 10th?
Saturday, it was weird.
Her behavior was weird. Did she ever get up out of her
But she
bed?
was sitting up.
She was sitting up? Where was
We
she
tried
sitting
to
up?
feed her with chicken noodles and french fries.
Okay. And where was she when she was sitting up on Saturday?
No, Friday night, I made breakfast sausage. It was in the morning. In the morning, I made breakfast sausages,
What day?
and it was Friday. Tried to give her the sausage. Gave her the sausage. She was eating it very, very slow.
Okay. And was that in the morning or night on
It
Friday?
was in the morning. She was sitting up in her bed, eating it very, very slow. Try to give her a pop. It's like she was trying to drink the pop, but she didn't want the pop. She was eating the sausage for a very, very long time. He was like, baby, she's still eating on the sausage. I said, just let her eat it and then give her the other one. She ate it, but it took her a very long time to eat it. As if her stomach was upset and she didn't want nothing.
Right.
He thought pop would do it to make her happy. It didn't.
Marijuana?
Pop.
Oh, pop. Okay. Do you guys use marijuana? Does Deontay use marijuana? Okay. You know, I'm not looking into whether or not you guys use marijuana. So, I mean, you could be honest. Neither one of you use
I don't
marijuana.
smoke. I don't drink.
Okay. Does Deontay use marijuana in the house?
No, not in the house.
No.
Marijuana is different from blunts.
Oh, what's the difference between marijuana and
I don't know. I just know, ain't marijuana illegal? Like a blunt?
So he has blunts. He smokes blunts in the apartment?
Not in the house. No, I don't allow that. I can't deal with smoke.
Okay. Okay. So on Friday morning, she was sitting in her bed, eating her breakfast sausage very slowly. How long did that
ate
take?
one, and it wasn't a whole, it was a half.
And how long did it take her?
A minute, a long time.
Hours?
He came back to me. He was like, baby, she's still eating the breakfast sausage. And I just said, just let her eat it.
How many hours did it take her?
It was like 15 minutes, but it was a little piece. That's why I was concerned why she was eating so slow. The sausage one.
Okay.
Circle one.
Did she ever eat anything after that breakfast sausage on Friday morning? Was she ever able to eat anything again?
Friday, no. And I think Saturday is when we tried to give her the chicken nuggets and french fries. And I put it back in the refrigerator. I said, just leave it.
And what time did she go to bed on Saturday night?
He put her to bed.
What time?
It was dark outside. And before he put her to bed, he just said, baby, I gotta do this. He just grabbed her. He just grabbed her by her leg and just said, she faking, she faking, she faking, she faking. And I said, baby, stop. It can cause a seizure. Don't do that.
Yeah.
He's like, baby, she faking, she faking. I'm getting tired of her faking. It's been too long. And I said, shaking is not gonna do nothing. And he placed her in bed.
Why would she be faking? She wasn't faking. She was clearly letting you see that the baby was
Can you
in
say,
distress.
please, can you show me what kind of force he's placing
I
on the
just,
bed?
no, yeah, she just grabbed her by her arm and just laid her in bed. And he walked out.
Okay.
He said she's gonna keep prolonging it.
Yeah,
And I said,
believe
yeah,
that
that she's prolonging it because of what you did.
But you can,
She's
you
acting
know,
weird because of what you did.
here's the thing that she also saying.
How did she act
that baby
Saturday
was in
during the
distress.
day before what you just
That's why
told
that
me
baby
about?
stopped talking, eating, walking.
Not a
The
nine.
baby didn't have no more mobility in her body.
Did she sit up on her own at all on Saturday the 10th? She
The
laid
baby
in
didn't
bed
have no
all
more fight
day?
in her at all.
Okay. So she wanted to lay in
We
the bed
tried
all
to fit,
day?
yeah.
Okay.
And it's like that's what all she, it's like as if that's what all she wanted to do. Because if she didn't want to be bothered.
Okay. So we're looking at Friday morning's last time she ate anything, and it took her a long time to eat a half of a sausage,
Tried
right?
to feed her the chicken and the french fries.
Okay.
She
Saturday.
wouldn't even open her mouth.
Okay, so Saturday she laid in bed all day, had to be sat up, couldn't open her own mouth,
That baby
right?
was leaving here slowly. Slowly.
And then before bed, Deontay picked her up
Baby.
by her leg, shook her upside down, and then put her to bed at dark.
Baby, she's faking. Baby, she's faking.
Telling you she's faking.
That's why you can't be shaken.
Okay. I added that here that while he's shaking her upside down, he's saying, baby, she's faking.
He said, baby, I don't mean no harm. Maybe you can just help her out. I said, no. That's the reason why she's acting like she is.
Do you think that that last upside down shaking, do you think it caused her brain injury? Yeah. Did it make the head start bleeding again? That wound in the head? Did it open up?
I know that's the reason why.
Well,
She's probably did.
Which-
Because of the
which-
shaking, because the way he shaked her, it
Yeah.
wasn't a soft. It was not a soft shake. It was not a soft shake at all. So when he grabbed her by her leg, it was very hard. It was very hard. And I would stood there and I'm like, baby, stop, stop.
And your cell phone works, right? So at some point you could have gone in the other room or taken her around the lobby and called us on 911, but you didn't. So there was no Red Lobster on Thursday.
I wanted to tell
Okay.
my brother Eric
Yeah?
what was going on. But I didn't. I just hid everything because I knew Eric would have did some damage.
Yeah.
Only thing Eric knew of was that.
When's the last time your family saw Anaya?
Last time they saw her was in November because me and my sister got into it and I found out she was messing around with an ex of mine, so I started bringing Anaya around.
Is your sister the one who called Children Family Services?
It was both.
Which ones? Which sisters?
Erica Johnson and it was Michael.
And Michael? Well, besides, and that's your natural sister? Blood sister? And how did you find out that she called Children and Family Services?
Through my brother Eric. He said he overheard our conversation.
Yeah. What did he say that she told them?
She didn't really tell him nothing besides she's getting hit like a man. And that's what made the lady come out. And I felt like the lady came out because of the bruise that was on her back from when Deontay whooped her.
Okay. What'd you tell the lady when she came out?
Lies.
It just made it seem like everything was good. I didn't want to just be like, Deontay did this. When she came,
how difficult was it to convince her?
What she means to
The social worker from Children and Family Services, how hard did you have to lie to get her to accept your lie?
I was just acting, and I was acting very normal. I was acting like a normal human being.
Yeah.
Well, you ain't
She
one.
was like, well, I wanted to check to see if it's food in the house, clothes, and everything.
Okay.
And she asked me who was little.
Now you see what she just said, y'all? And there's many more mothers out here that do that shit. Act normal. You know what I'm saying? Had the kids to say little stuff and, act like they really love the kids. And, oh, yeah, this is what I do for them. This is where they sleep. Show them a little bit of food. So if this little, oh, Lord, I ain't even gonna say it. But if this little thing right here just sat there and said what she said, she was acting normal, okay, to make the lady seem like everything was all right. A lot of mamas out here probably doing the same thing. And see, that's where the CPS workers fails at because they don't go back. They close these cases up fast instead of going back like at least 2 or 3 times without telling these parents they're going to go back. And some of these kids can be saved. But no, they don't do that. And this little girl could have been saved. But she was failed.
With you, and I just said, Deontay was staying with me. I just said, me and Anaya.
Okay, so you said that he wasn't there. You didn't even want him in the picture? Did they challenge you and ask you if that was true, if Deontay lived there or not? They never questioned you further about whether or not he lived there?
I think it's probably because I'm just going to leave me and Anaya. He was just staying there.
Okay. But you lied about him being there to Children and Family Services. Okay. When was that?
I didn't want to give his name up.
You don't want to give up Deontay? Do you remember when that was?
When she came out,
Yeah.
I think she came out around December something.
You might as well give up everybody's name.
Okay, so I have a call received right before Christmas, December 21st. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so we received this call and it says that you lied about the daughter being out of town last week. Who did you lie to about that? Who did you tell that Anaya was out of town before Christmas? Who did you tell that to?
Just told it to her dad.
You told her dad? Okay. I'm not sure who this call came from. They don't give me that information, but somebody called on December 21st saying that you lied about your daughter being out of town last week and that you didn't want the worker to see her because probably the child had bruises. So did you prevent them from coming over and checking on your child by saying she wasn't there? That happened as well? Okay.
Because she had the marks on her leg from when he whooped her.
She had the marks on her legs from being whooped?
He whooped her with the belt twice. So I gave her another day to come out.
Girl, I wish you just shut the hell up round about now.
Okay, there's another, are there 2 calls? I think there might be 2 calls on the same day.
Michael did it.
Okay, yeah, we have one in the afternoon at 2:18 and one in the morning at 9. This is 4 days before Christmas. Okay, this person is concerned about Anaya. Feels Anaya's life is in danger. This person has pictures of the child with bruises and scratches. This person was told that a worker had come out the day before regarding the concerns. Did you tell someone that to get them to leave you alone, that someone had already been there? No. A family member told the caller, the child's been abused, has not been to daycare. Mom has been hiding the child in the home because the child has a black eye and a bruise on her cheek and on her back. Those are messages that are coming from other family members. So this is from your family, apparently, that she had this black eye.
She did. Me and my sister got into it
Yeah.
over, well, I wasn't dating a dude because I was talking to Beyonce.
Your sister Erica Johnson?
Yes, she was mad because I wasn't coming around. Because
Yeah.
I found out she was messing around with a dude of mine.
Okay.
And then between that time, I placed a restraining order on my baby daddy because I felt harassed.
Okay.
And in between that time, I thought it was funny
Yeah.
when they sent 696 kids out.
You thought it was funny?
Yes.
Why
And it's
did you
like I
think it was
knew
funny?
my sister was trying to do something to get back at me. Because she kept saying, let's be back sister, let's be back sister, does not let a nigga get in between us.
Okay.
And I was telling her that I would love you from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Her concern was
Yeah.
because I stopped coming around.
Okay. But okay, so your sister believes that you're hiding Anaya in the house with a black eye, a bruise on her cheek and on her back. That you hadn't taken her to daycare. This was back in December. So
She was at that.
I'm guessing that this is more why you're upset with your sister, is these allegations she's making against you and not over a dude that you guys are fighting over, right?
No. I just felt like that's why she had called him out. And I felt like I knew Michael was going to call because of the bruise on her back. And I told Beyonce he's going to do something, even if it is a little bruise. And he told me, baby, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I should did it and I won't do it again.
Okay. I have another call to Children and Family Services on December 13th of last year. And it doesn't tell me who it came from, okay? But it says, always has black eyes, bruises on her face, hasn't seen the child in a couple months, heard from someone close to the mother. The mother continues to hit the child like the child is an adult.
Bruises came from when my dad was watching Anaya.
Mother will lie and say that the child fell at daycare or is clumsy when she is really hitting the child. Mother pulled the child out of a daycare because they were starting to ask questions about all her bruises and moved her to another daycare.
Anaya had 2 bruises from daycares, but I told you. And I was very concerned about it because I didn't get a call.
Okay, these injuries are not from daycare. Okay, we know that
Couple
they're not
injuries.
caused while she's at daycare.
A couple of injuries came from my dad's house. Saying she ran into the table where she fell. Erica called me one day and said Anaya had like a little knot on her head. You need to stop bringing her around because you know Dad is senile. He don't know how to watch kids.
Okay.
She was good in my care.
Back in September, she presented at the 1st District Police Department. The bruise on her cheek and scratches on her chest. How did those injuries happen in September?
It was a scratch because it was around her birthday. It was a scratch. It wasn't a scratch on her chest. Her dad called me saying it was a scratch on her chest. I'm like, well, I wasn't aware it could have came from daycare. And I'm looking like, you did say you have 2 kids. I'm like, did they come from you? And he was like, no.
Yes.
When
Yes,
she
Miss
left on
Hill.
my care, there was nothing on Anaya. I remember that day like it was yesterday because I remember him calling my phone because he didn't want to give her to me. And he said if it did come from daycare, you need to watch the kids around my child.
Okay, so those are your explanations, but the daycare made good documentation, and during the time that she presented with injuries, she wasn't in the care of the daycare. She showed up at daycare with the injuries, but they were not
And I told
caused
her
at daycare.
it came from my dad was watching.
Oh no, she don't care, Missy.
So we're all the way back to May of last year, right?
At all.
Yes.
And you know what I'm going to ask you about, right? This is when Anaya was still at Harbor Crest Daycare. What happened back on May 18th?
This girl's something else.
When she was in Harbor Crest.
Yeah.
She had a scratch.
Yes,
Well,
Chris.
she had more than a scratch because she
Yeah.
got transported by the ambulance.
And she had something right here. And it was a scratch. And when she fell from when I took her to the park. And when they took me to the 616 service room,
Yeah.
they said, well, it does look like she fell.
Okay. So what did you
I
tell
know in the world
the
she ain't do
investigators
nothing. Like, come on,
back
girl.
in May of 2017 when
Wanna blame the boyfriend,
Anaya was transported
family,
from Harbor Crest Daycare to the hospital?
Before we
daycare.
walked in the daycare,
Yeah.
I told him where the scratch came from.
Mhm.
I told him that we went to the park and I was running and she fell. She lost balance because she had sandals on.
Okay.
So when something goes on, you're supposed to let the daycare know. Took Anaya for a day from me. Told me I had to meet down to Children Family Services.
Yeah.
Went down to Children Family Services. They explained it. They had me talk, and they felt like it wasn't no concerns. And they closed my case.
And that's where they went wrong at. They felt that poor baby because you came in there trying to act like you was goddamn it intelligent. And they believed it, a narcissist like you.
So, I've got quite a bit of experience in this, and it's known that when children, especially at this age, 4 years old, make statements about how their injuries occur, that those statements are truthful. Okay, that a 4-year-old does not have the capacity to fabricate a lie. Okay, do you know what Anaya said back in May when she had injuries?
She said, Mommy,
Yeah.
and then I used to say different names.
Who used to say different names?
Anaya.
No, she only told the medical staff that it was you that hurt her. She didn't say it was anyone else.
Hey, Rebecca.
And she complained in front of the officer investigating the case that she had pain in her head. She had pain and discomfort on the right side of her face. She had blood inside her ear. That's a pretty serious head injury if you have blood inside your ear,
It
right?
didn't come from her ear. It came from a scratch because it was dripping from her ear.
Okay. Are you willing to tell me the truth about how that injury happened on May 18th, 2017? Because I know it didn't happen at your dad's and it didn't happen at the park. So are you
I took her
willing?
to the park.
Okay.
She had sandals on. She had a dress on.
Okay.
She fell when she was running.
Okay. 3 days before that.
The scratch,
3 days before
on
that,
her
how'd
head.
she get that injury?
the scratch on her head. I went out. I placed her with a friend of mine. A friend of mine said Anaya was running around the room.
All right. I'm not going to let you continue to tell stories that I know don't make any sense with the
I'm not
investigation.
telling no
Okay.
stories. I'm telling you everything. My daughter is dead. I'm telling you everything.
Right. Well, you're not, because back in May of 2017, this is before Deontay's in the picture. Okay.
I didn't mention Deontay at all.
No, he wasn't there. You couldn't have. He wasn't in your life. Okay. But I'm looking at this injury that she's transported to the hospital for. It's pretty serious. Okay. But we also have documentation 3 days before that of a scrape on top and under her nose. Okay. Do you remember telling them what happened? What did you say
Anaya
happened?
wasn't with me. Anaya was at a friend of mine's because I went out.
Okay.
She told me
Mm-hmm.
that
This
they
girl's
was outside for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
She told the kids to go to the room because it was getting dark.
Okay. Where are you going with the story? I don't know who you're talking about. You're saying she.
Eleanor,
Who's Eleanor?
a friend of mine's.
Okay. What does Eleanor have to do with the injuries?
She was watching her.
She was watching her?
She said it could have came from that. I didn't notice nothing on my daughter at all.
Okay. Well, that's
And a
different than
lot-
what you told investigators back in May of 2017 when they responded to investigate this. Do you remember what you told us
You
then?
know what? Wrap this interview up.
I told them what I'm
This girl ain't
telling
gonna
you
do
now.
keep lying.
Because I was
Well,
out.
I have the report here from May of 2017. Do you want me to tell you what it says, Sierra? Do you want me to tell you what you told us back then? Okay. This is the problem when you tell lies. This is how you get caught telling a lie, because it's hard to remember. The truth you don't forget. The truth happened and you remember it exactly. When you try to make up a story, it's like you did coming in here. You and Deontay tried to make up a story. You both got it all screwed up and we knew you were lying. Okay?
Because I didn't want to give him away.
Okay. I mean, listen, I can respect that motivation, okay? And that
I told you
explains
the truth
Yeah.
when you told me my daughter was gone.
Yeah, that explains the injuries that caused her death, the involvement with Deontay since June or July, okay? But these things I'm asking you about happened before Deontay was in your life.
I let Anaya stay at my dad's. I used to drop Anaya off a lot at my dad's.
Yeah?
Huh.
And when I would come back, it was a bruiser too.
Okay.
my
Again,
dad-
I don't want you to get into stories that are not consistent with what you've told us in the past, okay? Remember what I told you about when children say that mom is the one that hurt them?
Anaya likes to say a lot of stuff. You can bribe my daughter with food and she will say anything. My brother Eric done it a couple of times for her.
Okay. She's not old enough to fabricate lies to frame people. Children that are 4 don't have, no matter how intelligent they are, they don't understand what the kind of manipulation that takes. So
Anaya was very smart.
when she said on May 15th that the scrape on top and under her nose was from mommy pushed her down, that's a true statement.
I wouldn't harm a damn child.
I know you didn't mean
I
to.
wouldn't harm my child.
I know you didn't mean to cause her that kind of injury.
I wouldn't harm my child.
Okay. So 2 months earlier, back in February of 2017, she had a dark colored bruise under her left eye. What do you think she said then about that injury?
Mommy did it.
Yeah.
And the bruise didn't come from my house. It came from my dad's house. Because I used to question my dad. I told my dad, you gotta be very careful. Call him.
Okay. Okay, months before that, in January of 2017, several bruises, face, arm, back, raised bruise, left upper forearm. What do you think Anaya said about those injuries?
Your mama did it.
My injuries.
The ones I just described, bruises on the face, arm, and back, raised bruise on her left upper forearm.
The one on her back.
What do you think she said about it?
I don't know. Because we know who did it.
Who did it?
Noodles. He whooped her.
Okay, here's the Okay, here's the problem with you saying Noodles did it. Okay, I'm talking about going backwards from May of 2017. Okay, so Deontae's not around. This is January of 2017. She shows up at Harbor Crest Daycare. She's not gone to Harbor Crest Daycare since you were with Deontay. So, you know, the statement that she made back in January of 2017 that mommy hurt her, mommy scratched her, caused the marks on her, that's a true statement.
No, it wasn't.
It's true.
Anaya was at my dad's a lot.
Nobody did.
And when I would go to pick my child up, Anaya would have something on her. And I would tell my dad to be careful with her.
But Anaya is reporting that mom did it.
I don't know why Anaya said mommy did it.
But I don't understand it. CPS had all
Remember back
CPS had
December
all this stuff that this
2016?
little girl
We're
kept
going way
saying
back.
mommy did it.
Pretty-
And they still didn't take this baby out their home. I don't understand that.
What's her birthday? September 2013.
9/2/13.
So she's just over 3 years old. Comes into
4.
daycare with her. No, this is back in December of 2016 I'm talking about. She had a bruise on her eye. She stated that mom hit her. Do you remember what you told? Do you remember what you told the daycare had
Felt
happened?
that baby.
I notified the daycare.
You what?
I notified the daycare when she had that.
And what did
Anaya
you
was
tell
at
them
my
happened?
dad's house when these bruises happened. Never once touched my child. Never once
Okay.
disciplined
Girl,
her.
stop.
She wasn't bad for me.
Okay.
She'd do little stuff.
All right. Here's the problem with what you're saying. You're telling me that you notified the daycare that it happened when she was at your dad's, but that's not what you told the daycare back then. Okay? Do
I
you remember?
notified the daycare.
This
Listen,
baby was being
didn't
abused
tell them
before
that
that
happened
man
at your
came in
dad's.
her life.
That's
It
a
was
problem.
different
Do you remember where you said it happened?
at dad's.
That's not what you told them. They
It
have
was different
statements.
teachers in and out her daycare.
Okay.
I know what I told the daycare.
Okay, well, we have documented right here what you told the daycare in December of 2016. I'm thinking that because you lied then, it's hard to remember, so you don't remember. Do you remember what you told them?
I'm not lying.
Well, you told me that
Because I know
you
when
notified the daycare it happened at your dad's, but that is not what you told the daycare back in December of 2016.
I feel like I'm being confused right now.
Okay.
My daughter's dead. My daughter's fucking gone.
All right. Did you want to talk about any of these injuries that happened May 2017 or earlier, before Deontay was in the picture?
Lady came out based on a scratch
Yeah.
in her head and this right here.
Yeah.
And I explained that to him.
Sure.
I didn't even notice Anaya had that in her head. She had braids in her head. She had beads in her head.
Okay.
I notified the daycare. I said, took Anaya to the park. And I said Anaya was running because she was going towards the swings and stuff. And she fell. She had a little scrape, a mark on her.
Okay.
And she started bleeding. I'm confused right now. My daughter's gone. My head is somewhere else.
Where's your head?
It's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
That's why they need to stop this interview. This girl, honey, it's over.
Okay. So, the daycare provider that called us in May of 2017, she had only taken control of the facility, taken ownership over it the month before. And she happened to, once she called us to make the report about the injuries from May, she noticed a whole bunch of reports from previous owners. Okay. Do you know how many reports of injuries to Anaya there were?
Like 9 or 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Where does she have me file?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we've got 14 documented injuries while she's at that daycare center. Okay. So far, You gave me conflicting information on at least 1, 2, 3, on at least 4 of them. We haven't even gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We haven't even gone through 5.
In my heart, I know where these bruises happen at my dad's. And I had never been in a dangerous care of mine. My dad is very old.
Yeah, she was beating that baby a long
And he
time
doesn't
before that
believe
baby.
in
Before
discipline
that
kids like
boyfriend
I
came in
do.
that baby
Yeah.
life.
When
And that
Anaya was
family
in
and
my
her
dad's
family knew
care,
it.
she
That's
broke
why they
his
was calling
glasses.
CPS on her ass.
She was disrespectful towards my
And the
dad.
daycare,
Yeah.
but
Because he was
CPS felt that
very
baby too.
light with kids.
Yeah.
But they knew all of this stuff.
She had several bruises on her from my dad's house.
Yeah.
I will call my dad and ask him.
We ain't gotta call her.
She's just being a kid. She was just being clumsy.
Okay. So in September of 2016, the daycare documented bruises on her face, eye, and arm. Do you remember what you told them about that?
I don't remember shit. My daughters, no, I don't remember nothing.
Okay.
I know these bruises where they came from.
Which bruises?
All the bruises. Anaya never once had a bruise from me. Anaya never once had a bruise from me. She had 2 bruises that came from Harbor Crust that I was concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't with the lady that's probably working there now. Like I said, Harbor Crust ran through so many teachers.
Yeah.
And I felt like the teachers did not even
Oh
like my
my
daughter.
God, girl,
They would claim that she was bad.
girl, you
She
stop
didn't
this
listen.
shit now. Stop. Why? Oh Lord. Y'all, we is at the end of this. God damn.
Do you, let's go over this one more time, okay? We're back to last Thursday, March 8th, okay? There was no red lobster, okay? What was the concern on Thursday with Anaya? How was she acting on Thursday?
Anaya wasn't being herself. She wasn't acting herself. And I knew she wasn't herself.
What, did she walk at all on Thursday?
No.
She did not walk?
No.
Did she eat?
She ate a saucer.
Exactly, Miss Hill. But she was worried about her daughter. Her
All day, that's all
daughter
she
would
ate?
still be here.
She didn't want nothing else. I tried to give her a pop. It's like as if she would drink it, and then she didn't want to
You'd
drink
have
it.
been a better mother. You would seek help if you know you
I
was
just
She
remember-
wouldn't drink. Did she
You know,
sit
you
up?
couldn't take care of that baby.
I set her up.
You should have gave that
So
baby
she would
to
not
the
set up on
family
her
like
own?
they wanted.
Oh.
But instead,
set
you
her
rather
up.
see your baby gone.
Okay.
And when I looked into my daughter's eyes, I can see the fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, of you.
Of her just looking
That
at
baby
me.
was afraid of this
Like,
lady
Mom.
before that man came into her life. That baby was afraid of her
Why
then.
would you let him start it?
Okay. So there was no red lobster. We can scratch that off the
No.
table. On Thursday the 8th, Anaya did not walk. She only ate half of a circle sausage all day.
Tried to give her chicken nuggets and french fries.
She wouldn't drink, did not sit up on her own. You saw fear in her eyes. Right?
Lots of fear.
Okay.
I've been saw fear.
All right. And we've gone over the others. Anything you want to tell me about last week, Wednesday, Tuesday, or Monday? Anything happened on those days that you remember?
She wasn't walking, I know that. She wasn't walking since Harbor Crust. She wasn't walking since the wedding.
Okay, so no walking any of those days.
No.
And she has not walked on her
That's
own
what I
since
said.
Harbor
Auntie
Crest?
Liz, CPS felt that baby too. All
Since I
those
lived
phone
in
calls they
Harbor
was
Crest.
getting, and
Right.
they didn't do nothing. Y'all
Is that
felt
right?
that
She
girl
stopped
manipulate
after
y'all.
he whooped her really
That's
bad.
sad. They
Okay.
felt that baby too.
She prolonged it.
Mhm.
And he said it's fake. And I said it could be because she's scared.
Mhm.
He came up with the push-ups
Yeah,
and putting your arms up with her.
yeah.
They need to be fired, every last one of them.
He
They didn't do
choked
their
her.
job for that baby.
Held her up to the air. And I didn't like it.
Right.
He made her hold her cheer up. I knew ever since he whooped her, that's the reason why she stopped walking. And the reason why she stopped walking also, she didn't want to put her arms up. She didn't want to be in a push-up position. So she stopped walking. Nana was telling me down online how she didn't like Noodles. She didn't speak to Noodles. She didn't talk to him. Even when I was taking her daycare with me, he'd walk in when he bringing me lunch or whatever, and he'd be like, no, I'm not speaking. I know why she's gone. It's because of the shaking. The way he shaked her wasn't a soft shake. It was a hard-ass motherfucking shake.
Look at her cursing.
So do you think that if she wasn't already dead on Saturday night when he shook her before bed, that was what killed her?
The shaking. Because he did it. He's a man.
Mm-hmm.
He's strong.
Yeah.
He did it with force.
Do you think her neck might be broken?
She's little. The way he was shook her, it was very hard. And I knew it was very hard because I would tense up and I just say, babe, stop, babe, stop. And he was like, we got to stop her from walking. We got to start her to start walking.
Okay.
And I told him, I can no longer go to work with her like this because it looks suspicious. People are used to me coming in daycare, not
I don't
walking,
understand how she
or
do a
whatever.
baby like that.
I was carrying her in the daycare,
I don't understand this. That's why you gotta
and I
be
knew it
careful who
was
you hire.
suspicious
Work
for a
around
couple of
children
days.
also. Because you don't know what people's real intentions in.
And I told myself I had to stop going to work.
Yeah.
So I told myself, I don't know how long my daughter's gonna prolong this. When I get my taxes, I'm gonna pay my rent up and I'm gonna stay home with Anaya.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know you couldn't bring her back in society.
She had a
And, you
WIC
know,
appointment
because she was already damaged. And you didn't want nobody to see
at the
her.
WIC office.
Yeah.
I didn't bring her. I didn't take her to the WIC appointment because she's not walking.
Right.
That would
See,
look
see y'all,
suspicious
see how
to
she
us
lied about the
too.
WIC appointment? She said she took her.
I didn't want to take her
in the
nowhere.
beginning?
She can't walk. And I'm known for having her walk. I don't carry Anaya because she's older.
Yeah.
And I know
Oh,
it's gonna look
have mercy,
suspicious
Jesus.
towards other people.
Sure.
So I just stayed in the house and I took care of her. And I kept telling myself,
Exactly,
just stay at
Mama
home.
Dukes. Exactly. Say it again.
without working.
Okay.
And all along, Deontay would just be like, baby, I'm sorry. I know I'm the cause of this. I saw fear in my daughter's eyes at her. I saw fear.
And didn't
From
do
the time
shit.
he did that, the shaking, the whooping, the hard whooping, because he's strong, stopped my daughter from walking. She can walk, but she stopped walking because she thought it was going to prolong to stand up to push-ups. Like I said, I knew in my heart, by the grace of God, I could have stopped it. She didn't like what was going on. She didn't like the discipline at all. And she looked towards me as if, Mommy, you don't do this. Why are you letting him do this? And I wanted to tell my brother Eric what was really going on. My sister was the reason why I stopped going around. But when Anaya started doing this after he whooped her, I really stopped going around. And I'm not stupid. I know people want to know what is going on, what's up. He was very harsh with her.
Okay.
And I let it prolong to do that.
Okay.
As if, like he said, it'll work. It'll
We're
make her
almost-
walk.
We're almost done. Okay. I need to take a quick break. You need anything while I'm gone? I'll be back in a minute.
Yes, yeah.
More water?
Almost done.
No, something to eat on.
She
Like
probably for her
a
too.
Snicker. Not a Snicker, but like
I do have some things.
a granola bar.
Yeah, I do. I'll be right back.
That lady tired her and this stuff, though. She's not getting too much. Too much for her brain to absorb. They probably tired of listening to her lies too.
couldn't stop this. I couldn't stop this. I couldn't stop it.
Found your granola bar. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. I don't want to keep you up too much longer. Okay. We both need some rest.
Yeah.
But I want to give you the opportunity.
Yeah. This is a long interview. Give me some rest.
That if Anaya could read this, if she had survived, what you would write her in an apology letter, okay? Are you willing to do that? Okay. I'll give you a couple pages, okay? I'm not in here trying to judge you or watch over you.
I know it's not it.
Okay.
I couldn't stop
So it's probably going to be helpful for you to write that down, okay?
Yeah.
Take as much time as you want, okay? Tissue here if you need it. I'm going to be nearby, but I don't want to be hovering over you because I want you to write from your heart. I don't want you to worry about how I feel about what you're writing, okay? This isn't for me, okay? This is a letter between you and your daughter, okay?
Will I be able to see her?
No.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. What would you do if you could see her?
Give her a hug.
Just give her a hug.
I couldn't stop it. I knew why she was wrong me to do this. And I didn't say that. I was afraid to say something. Because he kept telling me it couldn't work out. Do this and do that. I couldn't stop. I fucking doing this. I could have stopped it. Like, I know why she wrong me.
I don't want you to get too upset. I want you to write your thoughts down, okay? I think it's going to be helpful for you to write your thoughts down, okay? Okay? All right, I'm going to grab an extra pen in case you're running out of ink. There's one more. There's plenty more pages. You can write as long as you want. And here's plenty of pens. I don't think you're going to go through all of them, but I don't want you to not have something you need, okay? All right, I'll check on you. If you need something, you just yell, okay?
Can y'all play some gospel music or something?
Play gospel music? That's a good question.
What do you want?
Gospel
Yeah,
music?
she need it.
Oh, that's it. Office. My boss is gonna do that for you.
Thank
Okay? Will that help you? Okay. Were you brought up in the church?
I could have stopped it, miss. I don't know why. Because I'm young. Because I try to be in love. I'm young as fuck. I don't know.
Just stop talking.
I'm not a bad person.
No.
I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. God, no, I'm not no bad person. I don't mean no harm towards nobody. I don't mean no harm towards my child. I don't mean no harm. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a fighter. I don't do nothing. My daughter's gone. And I could have prevented it, but I was being a dumbass.
Yeah, maybe that gospel music soothes her mind and she can get that letter right and
If I would have told my brother Eric, probably would have stopped.
let the devil put you in his hands.
I should have said something
Two.
to my brother Eric.
About what was going on.
Yes.
Because
Because
he
he probably
kind of knew what was going on, right? I mean, he knew a little
Yeah,
bit.
because he did because she was the one started it.
And he asked me before. He asked me before, do you let noodles whoop her? My mama asked me before.
Your mama asked, did you? Yeah.
Yes. And it surprised me when my dad asked me too. And I said,
Sure.
no.
Yeah.
My mama knew he did. Because she kept asking over and over. I'm like, no. I'm not like, no. I'm like, no, he don't. She knew it. 'Cause she's a mother. Just like I knew I'm not your prolonged this because she was afraid of me. My own brothers told me she was acting weird ever since I started dating him. I put it fucking stopped and I did. It led to this. Oh God.
Can we just
Let me see what's this to end, y'all. Oh, okay, they muted. Okay. It was muted, y'all, because of the music. I think this was the end anyway. I think I'm trying to see. Give me a second. Okay, that was the end, y'all. That was the end. Okay, y'all. Ooh, Lord, I'm tired, y'all. Baby, I am tired, y'all. Oof, that was the end, y'all. That was a lot. I don't know what to say, y'all, but I'm going to end this live, y'all, because I am. Oof, that was a lot. That was a lot. But I will have a trial. Y'all, it's 2 trials. I might just do one Monday because 2 may be a lot for me. Because one trial may take a long time, just like this one. You know, this was an interrogation here, but I'm going to do the trial. So I'm going to do the trial with, I don't know which one I'm going to do first, but I'm going to do one Monday. But I'm going to come on at least 12:30, 12:45. I'm going to come on a little early, y'all, because I see this takes a long time. So y'all just have your notifications on, all the ones that, you know, rock with me and want to see the trial. So just be in the chat, have your notifications on, you know. Unsubscribe, strive back, because sometimes people don't get notifications. So I will set this live Sunday. So y'all will see this live Sunday, because I'm going to set it somewhere around like maybe Sunday afternoon. So y'all will have all day to see it. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna go relax. So that took a lot out of me, y'all. It really did. I don't even want to eat right now. I eat a little late. I just want to maybe get me an hour of sleep, something. That took a lot out of me. I appreciate all y'all. Thank y'all so much for timing in. I appreciate y'all. And I thank y'all for rocking out with me with these stories. I really, really do. I really do. And thank y'all so much. Oh, it don't work. Oh, okay. Well, I'll say about 12:30. Well, you'll see anyway, because I'm gonna post it Sunday. I'm gonna post it Sunday. So yeah, around about Sunday, around about 12:30, I have it posted by then. So yeah. So y'all have a good weekend. Y'all always remember, stay prayed up. Always remember, keep God first. I love you guys. Thank y'all, everybody that rocked out with me. Everybody that stayed here and rocked out with me. And I'm sorry, y'all. I did not know it was going to take a long time for this. Because I seen half, but I didn't see it all. And I didn't know it was going to take this long. And, you know, and I don't want to like bore y'all or anything. You know? So that's why I try not to stay on too long. But I thank everybody for did come in the chat and rock out with me. I just try to bring, you know, I just try to bring stuff y'all that happens in real life, you know, trying to bring awareness to different things. That's all. Yeah, this was rough. Yeah. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna go and get some sleep, and I will see you guys on Monday. Thank you so much. Mama Dukes, thank you, baby. Appreciate you, sis. Thank you for the coffee. Love you, sis. I like your storytelling, D. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Don't apologize. We want to watch it with you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You have a good one too, Auntie Lynn. I know you're gonna have to probably work this weekend. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. And everyone have a great weekend. And I will see you guys on Monday. Watch out for the post that I post so y'all know exactly what time that I will be live Monday. And I love you guys. You guys have a blessed weekend. Peace and love.